Your Excellencies, dear ladies, dear gentlemen, dear representatives of the diplomatic corps in the Republic of Moldova, dear representatives of the public, central public and local public authorities in the Republic of Moldova, dear representatives of the business community. My name is Mariana Rufa, and I have the honor to represent the European Business Association, the organizer of the EBA Business Outlook 2021, an event organized for the first time ever in the Republic of Moldova. On this occasion, allow me to express our highest appreciation and deepest gratitude to the European Union delegation in the Republic of Moldova, who are offering a financial support in the organization of this event. So this event is organized with the support of the European Union. Please allow me to thank our sponsors, PricewaterhouseCoopers, our partners, Media Show Group, and the World Bank. 2020 had a severe impact on business development in different areas worldwide and in the Republic of Moldova. In Moldova, it happened due to the pandemics, which is still an outraging development trends, and also due to the drought in 2020. Figures show a dramatic decrease in trade flows, FDIs, consumption, and job creation. Although there are some forecasts of a positive macroeconomic and a positive dynamics, still the businesses in Moldova and worldwide are facing with a lot of unpredictability, and of course the figures still seem to be not certain because of the outrageous pandemics. The European Union and broader donor community support is crucial for economic recovery, especially in certain sectors like support for SMEs, like support for the still problematic situation in the medical sector, and the delays that the Republic of Moldova is facing with the approximation of the legal framework, still problematic situation in the justice sector and rule of law, unfortunately undermine the appetite for foreign investments and economic development in the Republic of Moldova. On this occasion, the European Business Association in the Republic of Moldova has come out with the intention to organize an open forum of chief executive officers from international, multinational, and local companies operating in the region, but also in the Republic of Moldova, to share their views on the business perspectives, on the economic developments in various sectors important for Moldova. So, dear ladies, dear gentlemen, without going too much long on this, please allow me to give the floor to Mr. Laszlo Diósi, Chairman of the Executive Committee, CEO Mobes Banca OTP Group, Moldova, EBA President. Mr. Diósi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I would like to greet you all in the EBA Business Outlook event, which is first of this kind. And today we have one thing to celebrate is 10 years of EBA in Republika Moldova. And also we are at the first anniversary of the first total download in Moldova and in many countries in the EU. Now we have a double complicated situation, if I may say so, because we don't even have the problem in the economic era and in the pandemic era, but we also have a very much complicated political situation in Moldova, which is always a factor in how to resolve also economic problems. So all these two problems are coming at the same time, which makes our things even possible and even difficult to solve. But we have very positive developments as well. We cannot close our eyes that in the last 5 years, we had been very much positive development path in relation with the EU countries. The FDI, the trade relationships have developed fast, and by today, the EU is far more the most important commercial partner of Republika Moldova. And the EBA will do everything in its force to continue to be so. Unfortunately, the pandemic situation and also with the limited resources of the country put the small businesses in very delicate situation. The better news is that the big companies are resisting well, but in a healthy economy, the small businesses have to contribute much of the GDP, and this is right now missing from our context. Even though that we are absolutely aware that in Moldova we have very much creative solutions, creative people, creative startups and creative businesses, which all of them worth to be supported and worth to be matched with foreign investors. EBA is here to support all businesses and all foreign investors also in the future, even if we see systematic problems in some areas, which we are going to touch upon in later on our presentations. And we very much count on the EU support, which is crucial in these difficult days and months. And probably it will not end this year, but we will have to see further support and further developments in the years coming. Without this, the economy of Moldova is really going to suffer. And why we are talking about this so much? Because a healthy and successful economy is the prime ingredient to convince people to remain at home and not to emigrate in masses, as been the trend for the last almost 30 years, and to have their talents and have their possibilities at home to support the economy. So EBA is to support you, and the same thing we are expecting and hoping from the EU. Thank you very much, and handing over the floor for our next speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joshi. Of course, taking further your point, which is extremely crucial, namely, we speak about the association agreement and its component part, the deep and comprehensive free trade agreement, which is the key engagement of the Republic of Moldova for not only the international community, but for the citizens of the Republic of Moldova, for the business environment. Of course, EBA is following very seriously the practical implementation of this FTA, and in this regard, the EU support is absolutely imperative for the Republic of Moldova, because due to this agreement, we know that the economic development will be catalyzed and the social welfare will be boosted. So allow me on this occasion to give the floor to Mr. Gintautas Baranauskas, Deputy Head of Operations, European Union Delegation to the Republic of Moldova. Mr. Gintautas.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, Mr. Gintautas. There is a short video before each speaker, so yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear President, dear colleagues, honored guests, I am glad to participate today at the event in which members of European Business Association will present their forecasts for Moldova's economy development in 2021. I believe that a constant dialogue with business would help to create the necessary synergies between business and decision makers from different state institutions. Unfortunately, we are living in pandemic conditions for over a year now. This forced the entire society, including the business, to adapt to new life reality. Let me assure you that in the time of global pandemic, the Republic of Moldova remains as important partner of European Union within the Eastern Partnership as ever. The association agreement, including the deep and comprehensive free trade area, remains a stable basis for our partnership, also in these times that are difficult for all of us. We are glad to see that the deep and comprehensive free trade agreement is bearing fruit in Moldova. The trade statistics proves its success. In 2020, the EU remained and consolidated its position as Moldova's main trade partner, accounting for more than half of Moldova's total trade, and about 2/3 of Moldova's exports went to the EU over the last year. I would also like to mention that since the DCFTA's entry into force, the EU's foreign direct investment stock in the Republic of Moldova has been constantly growing and even doubling. More than 70% of all FDIs in Moldova came from the EU and reached about over 2.5 billion euros. We are also happy to see that the EU investors are present in most of Moldova's economic sectors, such as industry, banking, retail, IT, energy, agriculture, and others. For this trend to continue and for the Republic of Moldova to benefit from more foreign investments, I cannot underline enough how important is the business climate, legislative predictability and stability, as well as rule of law. An independent and impartial justice sector with transparent and fair legal proceedings is also essential for Moldova's attractiveness as a proper place for business. Unfortunately, we witnessed that access to a fair and impartial justice remains a big issue for business regardless of their size. We also noted that European investors were also affected in this respect during 2020. The EU remains committed to strengthen the cooperation with the Republic of Moldova, focused on reforms and delivering tangible benefits for all the citizens. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, the EU announced an emergency support package to the Eastern Partnership already on 30th of March last year, 2020, working closely with international financial institutions and relevant financial institutions from the EU member states as Team Europe approach. The European Union will continue to implement this Team Europe package to support the Republic of Moldova in the fight against the coronavirus pandemic and its consequences, by mobilizing over 120 million euros in grants and another 120 million in concessional loans to help address both the urgent needs for medical equipment, but as well to help respond to the negative impacts of the crisis. The EU has also proposed an exceptional emergency macrofinancial assistance package of 100 million loans in concessional loans, and the first tranche of 50 million was already disbursed last year. And these examples show that the EU stays committed to supporting Moldova in building its social and economic resilience, and that the EU helps with concrete actions and significant amounts. In order to talk about the objectives and political association and economic integration between the European Union and the Republic of Moldova is based on the broad policy objectives as defined in 18th of March 2020 joint communication on the future of the Eastern Partnership. And the general objectives of the European Union in Moldova are included in 5 priority areas, which we will be reconfirming in our multi-annual indicative programs for Moldova that we are now preparing for 2021-2027. So the five priority areas that the EU will be focusing in Moldova include sustainable economic development with increased interconnectivity that ensure macroeconomic and financial stability and increase of living standards for the population, development of SMEs, as well as the development of EU-Moldova trade and foreign investments with the final aim of integration of Moldova to the European economic market. Given circumstances, it will be crucial to address the socio-economic consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic while building short and long-term resilience. Development of the second area would be development of democratic governance and rule of law reforms in Moldova, covering aspects also related to the cooperation in foreign and security areas, human rights, fight against corruption, and hence state resilience. The third area would be the boosting the green transition by focusing on environmental and climate resilience, improving energy security through increased diversification, as well as greater energy efficiency and use of renewable energy, improving air and water quality, as well as better waste management in line with the European standards will go hand in hand with enabling and promoting sustainable agriculture and the preservation of biodiversity and ecosystems. Resilient digital transformation, the fourth area, by would be boosting and diversifying the IT industry, strengthening its competitiveness, stimulating startups and digital innovation in all sectors of the economy. Furthermore, the EU will support the implementation of roaming and spectrum agreements between the Republic of Moldova and other partner countries where appropriate with the EU. The fifth area would be the more fair and inclusive societies, strengthening societal resilience, promoting social cohesion, social protection, enhancing work and youth issues, and adapting measures to prevent brain drain and ensuring gender equality and fighting against domestic violence. This will require more investments in mobility and people-to-people contacts, education, research and innovation, youth and cultural development. In order to create this, more concretely, the annual action program for 2020 was aligned to the current needs of the country and focused on a major part of its activities to tackle health and socio-economic situation in the long term. So as SMEs, for example, including the agricultural sector, have been badly affected by the crisis, and promoting and diversifying access to finance and reducing collateral requirements will be key in supporting economic operators. Digitalization is increasingly a precondition to foster the overall economic competitiveness of Moldova. Boosting trade between the EU and Moldova constitutes an overarching objective of the association agenda and DCFTA agreement, and the EU will support Moldova exporting its agricultural products, in particular animal origin and composite products, by reinforcing the capacities of food and veterinary laboratories in relation to sanitary and phytosanitary standards. Then through blending instruments and guarantees, the EU will continue to invest in road and rail infrastructure connectivity projects both within the EU and the rest of the Eastern Partnership region. In parallel, the Eastern Partnership investment in connectivity facility will from 2021 provide advisory and technical assistance program to help Eastern Partnership countries plan, prepare, and implement infrastructure projects related to the trans-European network of transport. In short term, the EU will continue to promote energy efficiency in Moldova through the renovation of local public infrastructures across the regions, investing on human capital that also underpins the sustainability of economic recovery and competitiveness. Linking higher education, research, and private sector directly contributes to employability and to the overall competitiveness of the economy. Support to increasing quality and relevance in higher education, vocational education and training, and research integration will be provided to that end. Tackling structural issues such as justice reform, rule of law, fighting corruption, ensuring the stability of the banking and insurance sector, and in turn improving the business environment and investors' confidence will be key to strengthen Moldova's stability and economic recovery. The EU will provide technical assistance and grants to promote reforms in these areas. So collaboration, commitment, and partnership among all stakeholders is the only way forward for a more prosperous future and economic growth. And on behalf of the EU delegation, I would like to wish you a fruitful discussion and full success of this event. Thank you very much.
Mr. Gintautas Baranauskas, thank you so much for your insightful speech. Indeed, the European Union is the most important partner for the Republic of Moldova. It is the most important market for the exports of the Moldovan products from the Republic of Moldova, and indeed the enormous support which is channeled from the EU directly and from the donor countries, members of the European Union, are crucial for the economic recession of the Republic of Moldova, especially in these very, very difficult times. Dear ladies, dear gentlemen, we will go on with our presentation. Please allow me just to provide some key remarks with a view to the structure of today's event. So we actually structured the event into two big parts. We will indeed start from an macroeconomic outlook in which our partners, Berlin Economic, German Economic Team, and World Bank, together with PwC, which is sponsor of today's event, and also EBA board member, they will share some insightful data on the economic trends, on the macroeconomic figures in the region and for the Republic of Moldova. And the second part of this event will be dedicated to the key industry insights and business trends that we are projecting for the upcoming future. Of course, this will be done by keynote speakers, CEO from multinational and local international companies operating in the region, in Romania, but also in the Republic of Moldova. For the next panel, please allow me to give the floor to Ms. Alexandru Guzun, EBA board member representing PricewaterhouseCoopers, who will moderate the next panel. On this occasion, I would like to pass our highest appreciation to Alexandru, who has very much supported the organization of today's event. Alexandru, thank you very much for all your involvement. So please be so kind to take the floor. Nu se aude, nu, poate camera nu este. Spunea... În engleză. Alexandru, we cannot hear you.
Turn on the mic.
Turn on the mic. Thank you. No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
So
yes, we can hear you. Yes,
oh,
yes.
Fantastic. Apologies. I don't know why it didn't work, but good morning, everyone. And it is nice seeing all of you today. And I hope you hear me well now. And thanks again, Mariana, for the kind words. It was an honor and a pleasure to join you in your efforts to organizing this event. So as Mariana mentioned, during the panel, the three speakers from PwC, World Bank, and German economic team will walk us through the macroeconomic trends which shape the world, the region, and of course, Moldova's economic environment and development. Our first speaker in this session, Ionut Simeon, country managing partner of PwC Romania and Moldova, will provide us with the details regarding the results of an exercise PwC is running for several years now, being at its 24th edition this year. Just 1 year less than PwC's presence in Moldova. Thus, for us at PwC is a double anniversary this year, 10 years of EBA in Moldova and 25 years of PwC in Moldova. So this year's report provides an unique insight into the thinking of corporate leaders from around the world based on the responses of more than 5,000 CEOs of large international and local companies. And actually, it is nominating 2021 as a year of reinvention for businesses. And as the world begins to turn the corner on the COVID-19 pandemic, CEOs around the globe are becoming more optimistic, and business leaders in Central and Eastern Europe are no exception. Yet, even if they are more positive than they have been in the past, they are also less optimistic than their peers in every other region of the world. Ionut, could you tell us more about this, please?
Thank you very much, Alex, for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen,
Good morning. Congratulations for this event. It is very important that Moldova stays on the map of Europe and demonstrate once again its strengths and the role it can, or the contribution it can bring to a larger Europe. Now, in order to understand better the forecast of the Moldovan economy, I think would be good to get an understanding of how the CEOs around the globe look at the economy, as well as some other main important topics of interest for any private company. Now, like Alex said, we are running every year a survey called CEO Survey, which usually is made public with the occasion of the Davos event. Nevertheless, this year, as well as last year, the pandemic had a terrible influence. Therefore, the official launch of this year survey was last week on March the 12th. So I would say that you are among the first to see snapshots of our report. Just allow me for a second to share with you the view. Okay, now, this being said, I have extracted from our report some information that I believe are very relevant for you. The first one is to get an understanding of how do CEOs regard the prospects of the global economic growth, as well as their own company's growth. Then to talk a bit about how do they see industries, which are the most successful and the less successful industry in the next 12 to 36 months. And then to also talk a bit about their concerns. What are the biggest threats that CEOs are concerned of in the next 12 to 36 months? And then would be good to see how these threats are being regarded at the level of the globe, and then with a little glance on the Central Eastern Europe. And then last but not least, to talk a bit about the need to accelerate the digitization of the day-to-day work, as well as to get an understanding of what are the priorities of the CEOs in these days with regards to the workforce. And last but not least, a topic of interest for us all, namely the challenge of the climate change. This being said, and then I will do a summary just for you to, collate the information which I will just present. So on the question, what do you believe about whether the economic growth will improve, decline, or stay the same in the next 12 months? The CEOs are very optimistic about global economic growth. In other words, more than 76% believe that the economic landscape around the globe will look better in the years to come. And this is an absolute record. The best, the highest number of CEOs being so optimistic was back in 2018, with a 57% of the CEOs responding very optimistic. Now, this is a significant rebound compared to 2020 survey, when only 22% of CEOs expected improved growth. And if you remember last year, many CEOs were concerned about the economic imbalances which were accumulating at the level of the globe, at the global level. Now, with regards to their own business performance, as you can see, 36% of the CEOs are very confident that in the next 12 months, their business will improve. And with regards to 3 years' time, 47% of the CEOs are very confident. This takes us back to year 2016, if you can take a look there. So in 2016, you can see that over the next 12 months, we had 35% positive impact, for 12 months and 49% positive impact over a period of 3 years. Now, the question was, how confident were these CEOs about their organization prospects for revenue growth over the next 12 months with regards to the industries in which they operate? As you can see, the CEOs in tech, private equity, and healthcare sectors are the most confident in the short-term growth, while in contrast, the hospitality, leisure, and transport and logistics are the lowest confident with regards to the prospects of the future. And this is more in line with what we see and what we think about the economy under the disruption produced by the pandemic crisis. Now that we talk about how do they see the future and how do they see the prospects of growth, let's talk a bit about what are the biggest concern that CEOs are concerned of in the next 12 to 36 months. As you can see, overall, the sheer magnitude of concern about most threats has increased since 2020 survey, despite the CEO rise in confidence. Pandemics and other health crises are the #1 threat this year, with 52% of the CEOs stating that they are extremely concerned. The last time we asked this question, which was 6 years ago, only 9% of the CEOs were extremely concerned about pandemics. Now, under the force of digital transformation, cyber has moved to the #2 threat, and the level of extreme concern jumped from 33% to 47%. Of course, this is likely to be influenced by the uptick in high visibility cyber attacks which took place in 2020. The thing that I would like to bring to your attention, which was noticed by my colleagues, is that misinformation, which is the bottom of the threats in 2020, so place 20, as you can see, has rose significantly from 16% to 28% in 2021, entering the top 10. So it's the 10th most concerned threat for the CEOs. And this is likely due in part to the impact of misinformation in elections, in reputations, and public health. And because we are a consulting firm and I'm a tax partner, I want to draw your attention about one area of concern for any CEO, namely the tax policy uncertainty has moved from the 7th spot, has moved up to 7th with a 31% from 15th place last year with 19%. This is undoubtedly related to the accumulation of government debt as countries issue stimulus package to respond to the pandemic and public expectations that company will have to pay for a fair share to alleviate the debt burden. Now, this is a serious concern for CEOs that once this medical crisis will be over, states will take measures to change the tax policy as a response to address the debt deficit increases in the last 2 years. Now that we talked about this concern, let's see how they are spread all over the globe. And here I would like to show you some particularities. As I said, cyber threats rank 2nd in the global top 20 threats with 47%. But around the globe, they rank as #1 threat in North America and Western Europe, with 69% North America, 44% in Western Europe. And in these two continents, pandemics and other health crises are only the third concern for the CEOs. In Eastern Europe, as well as in Asia Pacific, Latin America, and Middle East, pandemic and other health crises rank as number 1. But the funny thing, in Africa, the cyber threat is considered a bigger threat than even the pandemic itself. So 54% of CEOs are seriously concerned, compared to only 48% of CEOs being concerned about the pandemic. The funny thing is that in Eastern Europe, and I would like to see from a Romanian Moldovan point of view, we have very good IT sector. The cyber threats are not even listed in the top 5, which is kind of shows the dynamics of the cyber attacks around the globe and the threat as perceived by the various countries. Now, when it comes to these cyber threats, I believe it's important for you to know that the top threat for the cyber threat is number 1 for CEOs in industries such as asset and wealth management, insurance, private equity, banking and capital markets, and technology sector. Now, what are the plans for long-term investments? As you can see, nearly half of the CEOs, namely 49%, increases to invest more, 10% or more in their long-term investment for digital transformation. And despite the level of concern about cyber attacks, just under half of those planning for heightened digital investments are also planning to boost their spending on cybersecurity and data privacy by 10% or more. So you can see the third line here. Now, this focus on digital is in contrast with the situation in 2010, after the global financial crisis, when the biggest investment priorities for CEOs was gaining cost efficiencies. Now, as you can see, this is less of concern for them. Now, what are the priorities of the CEOs? And you can see in the yellow column how the priorities looked like in year 2016, and in the brown column, how these priorities look like in 2021. In 2016, 49% of CEOs were concerned about, or where their priorities were on the ensuring the pipeline of leaders for tomorrow. This is their 6th priority now, according to our latest survey. The top priority is to improve productivity through automation and technology, and followed by, an improved culture and behavior. But the most important thing is that focusing on health and well-being of our workforce become key for more than a quarter of the CEOs, namely 28%. Now, we have also covered this climate change challenge. What this survey says, it says that only 40% of the CEOs have factored climate change into their strategic risk management activities. Western Europe, it's by far number 1 with 51% of their CEOs factoring in climate change in their strategic risk management activities, while Central Eastern Europe, as you can see here at the bottom, only 27% of the CEOs have factored in climate change in their strategies. Now, what does it mean? In other words, if we put the other way around, it means that 60% of the global CEOs do not have any plans about addressing the climate change challenges. Now, by country, how does it look like? Well, Japan is, I would say, the most concerned about the climate change. And the CEOs in China and Italy are the least concerned about these challenges. In conclusion, this survey we have run for 2021 showed an improved outlook. The CEOs report record high optimism about the global economy, with 76% of them believing growth will improve in 2021 around the globe. And they are also optimistic about extending their own company's performance. 36% of them saying they are very confident about their organization growth prospects. This is a reversion to the long-term mean and a significant improvement compared to 2020 survey, when I told you that only 22% were optimistic about the global evolution. Now, the danger for most of the CEOs lurk from online. Cyber has become a major source of anxiety, and now is the second highest concern among the CEOs, topped only by the pandemics. As you remember, it was selected as an extreme concern by 47% of the CEOs, compared to only 33%. Now, fake news or misinformation grew significantly in the area of concern for CEOs, going up to 28%. And these two threats coincide with nearly half of CEOs planning to increase their investments in the digital transformation by 10% or more in the next 12 to 36 months. My last topic was about the climate change challenge. Last year, only 24% of the CEOs selected were concerned about climate change. Now it went up to 30%. Now, it may seem a notable jump, but as you probably noticed, the rise in anxiety increased in all major threats. So we may say this is a near marginal increase. Now, the biggest concern is that while 40% of the CEOs around the globe factor into their strategies policies to address climate change, 60% of these CEOs have not factored in any of such changes. And only 27% of the CEOs are, and 27% of the CEOs are not being concerned at all about the climate change. All in all, Alex and dear guests, these were the, let's say, the most important conclusions of our report. More is to come. On March 30. Our regional CEO, Nick Koch, will have a webcast on this topic, and you will be more than we'll be more than glad to invite you to this event and to learn more about how CEOs look at the global level and also Central Eastern European level about the prospects and the future of the economic growth in economic and growth and social and threats menacing these companies. Thank you very much, Alex. Floor back to you. Alex?
Thank you very much, Ionuț. These have been very valuable insights on how the businesses are perceiving the future into 2021. Now, let's look at how economies in our region are evolving and are resonating with the voices and expectations of the CEOs. Our next speaker, Colette Marie, Economist at the World Bank Prospects Group, will shed more light on the near-term prospects of economic growth in the region and what is the impact of the pandemic on these prospects. Colette, the title of your presentation is Weak Recovery, Heightened Risk. As we've heard from Ionuț, in the perception of CEOs, health crises are the top danger they see, along with some other risks associated with the uncertain economic growth, over-regulation, tax policy uncertainty, but also cybersecurity threats and misinformation. What risks, Colette, are we talking about when stepping into the macroeconomics area? Are they resonating with the views of the CEOs?
Hi, thank you everyone for the invitation today. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. And as I will go through this presentation, you will see how well the prospects for the region align with the views of the CEOs One thing that is important to note, however, is that the question posed to CEOs, if I'm not mistaken, was, will the global economy be better than last year? And given the unprecedented collapse in activity of global output last year, I think that we can for sure say things will look better this year, but there are still some challenges associated with the outlook, which I will go into in particular for the region. Let me just share my screen here. All right. So today I will present the outlook for Europe and Central Asia, particularly in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. But first, I would like to go over what we mean exactly by Europe and Central Asia, or what we call here at the World Bank, ECA for short. As you can see here, our region is composed of 23 emerging market and developing economies, also called EMDEs. Within ECA, you have Russia and Turkey, which is the region's two largest economies, as well as the 5 sub-regions that are shown here. I would like to point out Eastern Europe, which is the World Bank sub-region that houses Moldova, as well as draw your attention to Central Europe, which contains ECA's EU members, including Romania, a key trade partner for Moldova. Keeping this in mind, I will address the following questions. What are the near-term growth prospects in Europe and Central Asia? How has COVID-19 worsened growth prospects for the 2020s? What are the policy priorities for ECA? So near-term prospects are challenging, especially in the context of recent pandemic developments. The pandemic is expected to continue to shape the region's economic outlook. In ECA, we see worrying signs that new infections are once again picking up despite ongoing restrictions, as seen here in the left chart. As you can see in the right chart, the flare-up since mid-February of this year is especially pronounced in Central Europe and the Western Balkans. This is concerning since the impact of the pandemic has already been devastating in ECA, not only in terms of livelihoods, but also in terms of the lives lost. Although statistics are rapidly evolving, 6 countries in ECA are among the 10 emerging market and developing economies with the highest total COVID-19 deaths per capita. Countering these challenges, however, is the development and deployment of multiple COVID-19 vaccines. The good news is that vaccination is underway across the region's economies, particularly in Central Europe, as you see here on the left chart. Progress, however, is uneven, as we see in the right chart. This unevenness largely reflects procurement challenges as well as delivery delays. But how have these pandemic developments affected economic activity in the region? Well, after a severe collapse last year, activity does appear to be on the mend, albeit at varying paces and with some sectoral differences. In the left chart, we see resilience in industrial production in the region, despite the resurgence of COVID-19 toward the end of 2020. The rebound was strong in Turkey and Central Europe, which appeared to have benefited from the improving external conditions on the trade front, especially from the Euro area. Retail sales also experienced a modest recovery, as you see here on the right chart. But I'd also like to point your attention to remittances inflows, which tend to be countercyclical and indeed were robust and helped soften the blow to household incomes last year. Other areas of the economies, however, have not fared as well. Goods trade has been slower to recover in ECA than elsewhere, as you see here in the left chart, but there are underlying divergences. While goods trade volumes were weaker in countries that were affected by the steep fall in global commodity demand, including in Russia and Kazakhstan, this is not the case in others. For instance, if you look at the PMI manufacturing numbers for countries such as Turkey and Poland, the expansion in new export orders actually points to improvement. In contrast, we still see sustained weakness in services activity, particularly in sectors related to tourism amid ongoing restrictions to international travel. This weakness is not likely to abate soon, A recent UN WTO survey showed that about half of respondents did not expect international tourism to rebound until 2022. But what does this all mean for the economic output in the region? Well, as expected, the COVID-19 pandemic triggered a severe recession in ECA last year. However, one thing to note is that this recession was shallower than the one experienced in the Euro area. And although Q4 data are still trickling in and are still subjected to data revisions, we likely saw a collapse in activity of around 2 to 2.5% in ECA last year. But this headline number masks wide divergences, with nearly every ECA subregion experiencing a sharper decline than the ECA regional average. But you may wonder, how is this possible for output across most of the region to be weaker than the regional average? Well, this is possible due to Turkey, the region's second largest economy, which experienced a rapid and robust rebound in the second half of 2020, with full year GDP accelerating to 1.8% last year. This is by far one of the strongest outputs in not only the region, but the world. Over the near term, however, the recovery in the region will face challenges, especially in light of recent flare-ups of the virus, as I mentioned earlier. Although the World Bank is currently in the process of revising its regional forecast, January projections envisioned only a modest recovery of 3.3% in 2021 and 3.9% in 2022. At this pace, the recovery in ECA is weaker than not only the EMD average, it's also weaker relative to previous recoveries, and it will not be enough to return output to pre-pandemic trends by 2022. Yet still, although our recovery that we projected in January is relatively subdued, the outcomes could be even worse if one or more downside risks materialize. In ECA, we are particularly concerned about the intensification of the pandemic, especially as new variants emerge. Related to that is delayed or stalled vaccine deployment. This could be due to logistical issues, general reluctance over vaccination, or safety concerns regarding certain vaccines. We could also see growth disappoint if energy demand weakens. Because remember, Russia is the region's largest economy and is an energy exporter. This could be the case if new COVID-19 cases increase worldwide and lead to international restrictions on mobility, transportation, and travel. Of course, the region also experienced an escalation of geopolitical tensions last year, including armed conflict as well as social unrest. A renewal of these tensions could darken the outlook. Now that we've discussed the near-term outlook, let's turn over to the longer-term horizon, where we look at how this second question, which is how the outlook will evolve over the coming decade. The World Bank actually produced analysis in the January Global Economic Prospects Report on the impact of COVID-19 on potential growth. In this analysis, we considered private sector forecasts of long-run growth in addition to modeling potential growth under various reform scenarios. As we have observed over the past decade, long-term private sector growth expectations have been downgraded. Here you see the 10-year ahead forecasts from Consensus Economics, which have been repeatedly revised down across all country groups, including ECA. In ECA, you may notice the sharp deterioration amid the 2014 to 16 oil price plunge. Meanwhile, the erosion in other years mirrored the slowdown in investment and productivity growth, a trend that was common across the world. Going forward, we are likely to see further downgrades to long-term growth because of COVID's impact on private investment and human capital, especially given the significant disruption to education for millions of school children. As hinted in the last slide, all fundamental drivers of growth, including investment, productivity, improvements in education and health, working age population growth, have all slowed over the past decade. Here we modeled potential growth over the next decade, the 2020s, using a standard Cobb-Douglas production function approach for 36 advanced economies and 75 emerging market and developing economies. that together capture about 90% of global GDP. As you can see here, from the fall in the orange line to the blue bar, potential growth was already expected to continue to slow over the 2020s, even before the pandemic. But because of the pandemic and its disruption to investment and education, the slowdown over the next decade will be even steeper, as you can see from the red bar. But can anything be done to reverse this damage? This turns us to our last question. So what are the policy priorities for ECA? The pandemic, of course, has raised all sorts of policy challenges, but in general, policies that provide relief, restructuring, and resilience will help complement the recovery. In the near term, it remains critical to save lives threatened by the pandemic. This includes supporting healthcare systems and accelerating vaccine deployment. Protecting the poor and vulnerable is also key. We have seen a number of countries do this already by strengthening social safety nets, including job retention and labor market support schemes to protect livelihoods. Countries have also expanded support and service delivery, especially to low-income households, to ensure access to basic needs and to protect human capital. There is also a need, however, to maintain the foundations of the economy. This can extend to assisting viable firms, including small and medium enterprises, improving insolvency frameworks for speedy bankruptcy resolution, and preserving financial stability. Over the longer run, strengthening macroeconomic frameworks and institutions could also support resilient and inclusive growth. Prioritizing human capital, for instance, will be crucial for development, especially as it has been hard hit by the pandemic, as the World Bank's Autumn ECA Chief Economist update highlighted. Strengthening governance will also be key, given the substantial role of the state in the region, whose footprint has only increased due to COVID. Fostering competition and inclusion continues to be a policy priority in ECA in order to nurture the private sector development, innovation and productivity, as well as job creation. And of course, investing in climate resilience will help the region prepare for future challenges and bolster sustainable growth. So if EMDs were to make progress on various policy reforms, what impact would that have on potential growth? And what should come as no surprise to this audience, reforms matter. I won't go into the tedious model details, but the simple takeaway from these figures is that progress on reforms is associated with higher investment and better growth outcomes, while setbacks are associated with weaker growth prospects. In the left chart, the two blue bars show you potential growth over the 2010s and what potential growth is projected to look like over the 2020s following the pandemic, but absent policy reforms. Again, in the left chart, you see the red section, and that shows what the boost to potential growth could be in a policy scenario where every EMD improves investment, secondary schooling rates, and female labor force participation. And although EMD potential growth would still be slower over the next decade relative to the last in this reform scenario, the damage inflicted by COVID to EMD potential growth would at least be reversed, and the slowdown less severe than projected. And very quickly, turning to the right chart, we show that 5 years after such reforms, that the impact remains. Long-term growth forecasts were on average 0.8 percentage point higher with reforms progress. Reform setbacks, however, were associated with long-term growth forecasts that were on average 0.7 percentage point lower. Again, although COVID-19 has inflicted damage to the underlying drivers of long-run growth, reforms that bolster potential growth could actually help reverse these scars. So to summarize, the short-term outlook is for a subdued recovery with notable downside risks until the pandemic is really fully brought under control. Prospects of a decade of further slowing growth is likely, especially absent reforms. In fact, unless there is a productivity miracle, it will take a comprehensive policy push to boost growth over the next decade. With all these considerations, I will leave it to our colleagues from the German economic team to discuss the impact these trends will have on Moldova. And I'm looking forward to hearing their analysis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Colette. Yes, indeed. Narrowing it down to Moldova, I believe that the set of priority policies included in your presentation is equally applicable, and yet all of them will be requiring significant resources, and this might be a significant issue for countries such as Moldova and our peers in the Eastern Partnership group of countries. Ricardo Giucci and Caroline Bush from the German economic team have carefully monitored the evolution of economic trends in these countries throughout the pandemic year of 2020, but I believe they also have the forecast for these countries for the upcoming period. Ricardo, how do the figures look right now compared to the initial estimates you have done 1 year ago when the pandemic started?
Yes, Alexander, thank you very much. And thank you very much to the EBA for the invitation. For us, it's very important to talk to business when analyzing the economy. That's why such events are very important for us. I will share my presentation with you. As you see, we look at 5 Eastern Partnership countries, and Moldova, Ukraine, I will look at detail, and other 3 countries more an overview. When it comes to Moldova, well, Alexander, you're right. For last year, for 2020, the latest forecast is 6.7% decline. And as you see in the chart below, in the table, it's the strongest decline in GDP in the region. And then the question is, why so? And there are 2 reasons for that. That has been the drought last year, which led to a poor harvest, but also quite limited fiscal response in Moldova. When it comes now to the expectations for this year, actually we expect quite strong recovery, or 4.5%. But of course, there are some risks to this forecast. One is, the main risk is whether the government in Moldova will be able to secure international financial support. And a question linked to that is, how long will political uncertainty last? So these are the 2 main risks, but otherwise, we are optimistic on the development in Moldova. Now, you see that I mentioned the public finance as one reason. You see that in the table below, this is the policy measures taken by different countries, and you see that the fiscal response by Moldova has been clearly weaker than the fiscal response, for example, in Ukraine or in Romania. And the interesting thing is, as it was mentioned by Mr. Balanauskas, the EU provided a lot of finance. Also, the IMF is the main donor in the country. So it would have been possible to have a GDP deficit of 8% of GDP last year, but the government decided to keep it a bit tighter to 5.4%. So the funds which were available were not fully utilized. When we look forward this year, 2021, the EU stands ready to provide further assistance, so does the IMF. And I think it is crucial to meet their commitment, the conditions, the conditionality, and this is especially linked to the banking sector. And this is our main message here. It should be avoided to have a rollback of reforms in the banking sectors in Moldova. Now, you see that trade, this is also very important for many companies in Moldova. Trade has dropped, but about 10%. But important is it's not only the exports, but also the imports. And that means that in total, the trade balance has actually improved. And that means that there is no pressure from the trade side on the exchange rate. And that's a positive thing. And for this year, we expect a very strong recovery of both exports, but imports. So trade will pick up this year. And now the last point on Moldova is the exchange rate. I said before, the trade balance improved. So that's clear that the exchange rate, you see this in the chart here, the exchange rate was quite stable here, and also because of the support from the EU and the IMF, the FX reserves increase. So we have quite a stable situation. And I would also like to emphasize what Colette Wheeler said, the role of remittances. And we were quite surprised here that actually remittances, they pick up in Moldova. despite many people abroad having a weaker economic situation, but they send more money back home. And we will look at this issue more in detail in the next months. So Moldova, we look forward for a recovery, and we have a stable sector, but again, keeping the reforms in the banking sector is a key issue. Now, let me go now to Ukraine. And here the decline was strong, 4.6%, but not as strong as in Moldova. And the reasons are clear. Less drought. The drought affected only the western part of the country, and the fiscal response was stronger. And for this year, we expect a growth similar to Moldova of 4.3%. Yeah, of course, there are uncertainties, and Colette mentioned these uncertainties for this year, but we expect a recovery this year. Now, the public finance played a major role in both supporting the economy last year, but also this year. You see quite strong budget deficits, and you see in the table below the quite strong reaction by the fiscal authorities in Ukraine, also supported with means and funds from the EU and the IMF. And for being able to do that, of course, the consolidation that took place before, it was crucial to be able to do this reaction now. Now, on trade, also an important issue, also for Moldovan companies who trade with Ukraine. Very interesting here, a very slight decline in export of goods, only 1.7%. So the trade side was very stable, actually. And the main reason for the decline are metals, and the exports of metals went down by 11%. But agro-food, which is by far the most important part of the export economy, it's more than 40% in Ukraine, increased a little bit, and also did minerals. And on the import side, we saw a strong compression, and that meant that the trade deficit declined heavily, with a positive impact on the current account, but also on the exchange rate. And this is what you see in the chart in the top. You see in the dark blue, the exchange rate was quite stable, almost no depreciation of the hryvnia, which is good. And also you see international reserves picking up and covering almost 5 months of imports. So quite a stable external situation, and quite interesting in economic terms. You see in 2020 a very large current account surplus, which is quite unusual for a transition economy, actually. So that's the two countries I wanted to look into more detail. I will have very short views on 3 countries, Belarus, Georgia, and Armenia. Let's start with Belarus, which is in the same region as Moldova. Here, quite interesting, a very slight decline in GDP, 1% decline. This is very limited. And the main reason for that is actually known. Then there were almost no restrictive containment measures in Belarus. Yeah? But for this year, the forecast is quite negative. The forecast is minus 2.7%. And the reasons are that there is a lack of growth drivers. Yeah, we don't see much dynamic in the economy. And of course, the political crisis is expected to be continued. So we have a weak outlook for Belarus due also to the political situation. And the external sector is also weak. Last year, the Belarusian ruble depreciated by more than 20%. The currency reserves decline, and the coverage is now less than 3 months, which is like actually the minimum. So we don't have a very good situation in Belarus. Our outlook is not very positive, or not positive, with recession and a weak external situation. Now let me come to Georgia. And also here, Colette was mentioning the role of tourism in the region, especially in the South Caucasus. And of course, the economy in Georgia depends very much on tourism. And tourism last year declined by 80%. And that's huge. And this is, of course, a problem not just for employment and for GDP. GDP declined by more than 5%, but this is a problem because tourism is at the same time the industry which gets the most revenues or foreign exchange into the country. So the fact that tourism went down means also that exports go down, and it means that there is a pressure on the exchange rate and on the current account. So it's a sort of external shock to the economy, and that's a big difference to Moldova, to Ukraine, and to Belarus, which is more of an internal shock. Now we're talking about an external shock, and with problems on the external sector. We have the forecast, well, actually, this is an IMF forecast in that case of 4.3%, but I must say this is quite optimistic, and this depends, of course, very much on the development of tourism and of the pandemic. And we will see if the country is able to attract tourists in the summer season, which is very crucial for the country. We hope so, but of course, it's not sure that this will happen. What we also saw in Georgia is a very strong fiscal response, and this led to a budget deficit of 9% of GDP, which is of course very large, but this helped to contain also the negative impact of COVID on the economy. And because tourism is one of the main industries in the export side, the deficits in the current accounts became huge, also almost 10%. So in the case of Georgia, we're dealing with a twin deficit in the budget and in the current accounts. And the problems also led to a strong depreciation of the lari. But the good thing is that the level of reserve is still adequate, so we should not be now concerned about the stability of the external sector and of the currency, but of course there was a shock on it. Now I will get on Armenia, our last country in this report. Armenia, of course, very sad story last year. With twin shocks, COVID was not really the main problem, but the military conflict. And this led to a huge contraction of GDP by 7.6%. And the thing is, with these military conflicts, I mean, you don't just forget such a thing in 1 or 2 months. You keep on thinking about this. And of course, investors think about this. And it is unclear how will the situation evolve. Is it a stable situation now or not? And that's why we think that the military conflict will have midterm negative impact on investment. And this negative impact on investment means that the recovery will be very slow, and we expect almost no increase in GDP this year, and we will see what will be next year. And also with the exchange rate, it was a very interesting thing that actually when the start of COVID in March, April, there was a slight depreciation, but then the CBA was able to take some measures, and then it improved very much the situation. During the war, the exchange rate was also more or less stable, but when the war ended and it became clear that this might lead to political problems and political instability, then there was a jump in the exchange rate. And this meant the country has now to deal with this shock on the external side, and we will see how this evolves. So this year, 2021, will not be an easy year for Armenia, for sure. Now, just to wrap up, and maybe only on the outlook side, on Moldova, we are positive, again, provided international financial support is secure. That's very important. And here, let me just emphasize one more time, the banking reforms which were taking with the IMF program in 2016, 17, 18, they were highly successful, and it would be really a huge problem if these reforms are rolled back. This is something that really cannot happen. Ukraine, we see a good chance for recovery. In Belarus, an unstable situation and an unclear outlook. Georgia, much depends on tourism. And here we see an overexposure to one sector. And we think that in the future, the government should look more at the diversification of the economy, looking at industry and agriculture. And on Armenia, the negative impact of the conflict will continue, and we expect no quick recovery. So as Colette said before, we have the Eastern Partnership. We have 6 countries. We look here at 5, but a very mixed outlook for these East Partnership countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ricardo. Well, it seems that even if the global risks are similar to those the EAP countries are experiencing due to the individual economic structure and exposed economic sectors, but also some other factors, the speed of recovery of these countries will most likely be different. Well, so to summarize, a few takeaways from this panel would be, on the global level, the CEOs around the globe are optimistic about 2021. For most of them, the highest dangers besides the pandemic are generated by cyber threats, but climate change, unfortunately, is not yet on the top of the CEO's agenda. The long-term global economic growth forecasts are decreasing, including the CE region, and weaker near-term recovery is expected. And while going more to the region, the EAP countries, the outlook for the economic recovery of the EAP countries is uncertain. In some cases it's better, in some cases it's less. While for Moldova, even if it has one of the strongest decline in the GDP in the region, but in case we'll succeed in securing international funding, the prospects are, let's put it this way, cautiously optimistic. So I believe this is it for this panel today. Mariana, we are wrapping it up, and as I understand, there will be a 10 minutes break coming now. After that will be a session on the industries. Thank you very much to all the speakers who have contributed to this panel, and we hope this information was interesting and useful for the viewers. Wishing you a nice day ahead, an interesting session, and stay safe and healthy. Thank you.
Dear ladies, dear gentlemen, we are continuing our event, the EBA Business Outlook event. It's the Business Outlook event of the 2021, in which European Business Organization invited our partners from the World Bank, from the German economic team, from PwC, as well as various industries and the CEOs, in order to share their views on how do they see the projection for the upcoming period. This is our second session dedicated to the industry outlook, and allow us to give the floor to Ms. Lilia Sinchuk-Engelen, who is the co-founder of the real estate agency. Just maybe to address the question in the following way. Since COVID-19 upended our lives, employees around the world have settled into the rhythms of mandatory remote works. In this context, the contract lease for industrial purposes, for offices, have been revised, and the owners of the real estate businesses had to reconsider also the way they organize the logistics, but also how do they go further with office lease and contracts. Ms. Lilia Sinchuk-Engelen, if you can share us some insights about the Moldovan real estate sector, and what are your projections for the upcoming period for the real estate sector in the Republic of Moldova. Thank you.
Bună ziua!
Good morning.
Mulțumesc.
Good morning, and thank you very much, first of all, to the organizers for inviting me. And also, I'd like to mention that what was mentioned by the previous speakers at the macroeconomic level is actually in the microeconomy as well. If we talk about real estate sector, of course, besides the negative impact of the pandemic, you have also the constructive part of things. We are biological entities, part of nature, no matter how precious time is, how precious time is, and those dear to us in life itself. All of this obviously had influenced real estate as well. Now, many people have understood the importance of quality of life, long-term investments, and the need of implementing innovative and environmental solutions. A couple of words about real estate agencies. The first agency of real estate agents in Moldova, organized according to the concept of one-stop shop,
Încadrând specialiști fiscali,
having tax, financial, public assessors, as well as insurance agents. Now, this year we're present in Romania as well, active in Dubai, Cyprus, and Greece. Redis Group has a couple of companies of real estate brokerage, real estate agents, with focus on industrial, retail, and office space, but also with a big presence in the residential sector. The mortgage center, real estate credit and insurance broker, as well as real estate investment, development, and real estate property management. Now, initially, let me talk to you about the effects of the pandemic on the sector, and then I will get back with a forecast and some recommendations for supporting the sector development. Now, when it comes to residential, the big demand, the demand is created by individuals and investors, both from diaspora who became more active late, but also those from here, including foreign investors. Pandemic has influenced the way people think. Those with bank deposits started to invest intelligently in real estate, focusing on trusted developers. According to this, to the market studies, to the market surveys, each third person dweller of big cities is looking into the option of buying a house in the suburbs. This is obvious when you look at the development of big urban centers. Remote work has increased the people's wish to have apartments with big terraces and houses, as well as separate spaces for offices. Now, and what helped here
was the banking reform is various financial banking tools tailored to the pandemic conditions in order to make the purchase of a real estate in a more flexible and accessible manner. Now, when it comes to residential leases, here the segment has been more affected because, I mean, looking at the online study of as well as restrictions to do with travel restrictions for foreign tourists. An important development happens in the office sector, office space sector. Now, the
sectorul IT au devenit
so the conditions which were a norm for the IT sector have become necessary for other sectors as well, other areas as well. The demand of staff towards working conditions has obviously increased. Now, when it comes to adjusting or tailoring the office space to match the the home environment with recreation spaces, with lots of space for each of them, of course, due to the pandemic restrictions. You have more sanitary and ventilation requirements. According to international studies, about 50% want to work from home, but we can already see that the hybrid scenario is settling with a and it has the opportunity to be a long-term strategy. When now that leads to reducing office space if you look at it, but due to an increased demand, the impact wasn't that great. When it comes to startups, I mean, there's a flexi office. This is day lease according to a pre-established schedule, and developers should be looking into this as well. Now, the demand for small separate offices has increased compared to open co-working place. Now, traditional office space, which is not tailored to the demand, unfortunately, starts to feel the negative effect of the pandemic. If you talk about industrial spaces and logistical spaces, the latter one have seen a small increase. The trade has gone online, has increased the demand for this real estate in Chișinău specifically. If you talk about production spaces, I mean, they have not stopped working because of the increased demand for local merchandise. The logistical problems internationally also contributed to this, and that increased the volumes of local producers. And we have noticed from previous speakers that regional also saw the increase of agro-food products in the neighboring countries. Some of them have looked to commodities related to pandemic, such as PPE, protective equipment. If you talk about industry as well, automotive and luxury have been the most affected if you look at our customers. But usually the branch offices from Moldova being low cost, they have not seen the risk of closure or furloughing. Now, I mean, Horeca has suffered the most and is still suffering. Most of the restaurants and cafes being on lease. Now, because of they work only on deliveries, they gave up on central locations. But then because restrictions from Moldova probably, unfortunately, have been lifted compared to other countries in the region, they continue to administer their units, but with a reduced number of tables. The hotels have lost essentially, and they keep suffering enormously as a result of this pandemic. And here we have a lot of small quantities, a lot of small hotels from Chișinău, which unfortunately stopped their activity. Now, a drop which in the market, which was forecasted, did happen. Some segments actually increased. If you talk about real estate, I mean, some objects have seen a decrease in price. Sorry, the decision to buy has to do with the redistribution of financial priorities of the owners. If you talk about 2021 forecast, as a result of the analysis of the first months, generally the volume of transactions is slightly increasing. Unfortunately, we cannot talk about specific figures per country because we don't have very relevant statistics in this regard in the country. But if you talk about residential, it continues, what one can see, continues increase in the demand for houses in Chisinau and close to Chisinau, environmentally sound places with developed infrastructure are in big demand because of the improved landing. And talking about the effect of the bank reform, the demand for flats is stable, and then you can see here local investors and diaspora, so they're buying it for investment purposes. We recommend the developers to look into regional investments close to Chisinau or close to industrial parks from free, if you talk about residential investments. And globally, one can see an international trend of developing complex real estate, besides the residential spaces, they would have the necessary infrastructure, kindergarten, school, office space, commercial space, and industrial space. Small towns, which are independent to a large extent, offices now, because for people, their time is very important and they don't want to spend it in traffic. Or what is increasing in demand is offices in the different sectors of the capital, closer to residential sectors. And that trend is also visible internationally as well. Companies who open a couple of representative branch offices in the city or regions, they now walk further from the center, from downtown, and locate themselves in the other regions as well. Now, the recommendation is, if you talk about offices, is for the investors and owners of this real estate is to properly administer them because of the increasing demand for it. Of course, with a lot of transparency and flexibility. If you talk about the industrial and logistics forecast, when it comes to industrial spaces, the trend is towards free economic zones, which provide good conditions for long-term investors. Now, and here the southern part of Moldova is in the top, but one can also see increasing demand for locations in the central part of the country because of the increased requirements toward the qualifications and skills of the staff and increased demand for specialists of second level. When it comes to logistical spaces, the ones to do with agricultural production, they have a stable trend. Even though there was a negative drought, but the financial support of the European community was important, and investment in logistical spaces, agricultural logistical spaces, continue. And also, as I mentioned, due to an increased online trade, one can see an increased demand for logistical spaces in Chisinau and in bigger cities. The northern part has become the target of some international companies because of the route to Ukraine. If you talk about recommendations now, the promotion of investments in the region, especially in the central area of the country, Kalarash, Kriuleni, creation of free economic zones in these regions, because the investors from Orhei, they are part of the Belt free economic zone. So it is very important to look at developing the central part of the country, increasing the transparency of the legal framework based on European systems when they receive construction permits, which would lead to a significant increase of official collections to the budget, and the compliance with a clear, transparent legal framework for developers. That would make it impossible to manipulate, to do manipulations, and they would exclude corruptions from this area. If you look at colleagues from Romania, the clear zoning of sectors where it is very transparent and visible what can be built, how can be built, and there is nothing shady about it. Taxes are higher at the same time because of the transparency. The process is quicker, more rapid, and safer for investors because the risks for developers are big. Now, to conclude, let me mention. I should also mention that taking over the experience from US, which obliges the developers to fund some art objects, infrastructure, or tourist facilities, which would lead to an increase of the attractiveness of Chisinau or the country tourist-wise, which is actually as a fee or as a tax when they receive a construction permit, where the developer could choose to fund some art objects or infrastructure facilities from the region of his real estate development. And as a conclusion, I should tell you that nothing is more permanent than the change itself. And the secret of change is to focus to create the new. And I should also say that on the website of release.md, when it comes to advice, you can find a lot of recommendations, both for those who sell, invest, lease, or buy, or how can you avoid various real estate traps, etc. Thank you very much for your attention, and don't hesitate to contact me if you have questions or you want more details. Thank you so much.
Dear Ms. Lilija Sytčiuk-Engelin, thank you very much for a very comprehensive presentation. Indeed, you have managed to present very clearly the structure of the real estate in the Republic of Moldova. Thank you very much for your insights. Now, allow me please to give the floor to Mr. Denis Salinas, CEO, Argo Capital Management Property, one of the biggest real estate companies in Romania, but also in Europe. Mr. Denis, we would be really very interested to see how the real estate business has reacted to the diversification of the work communication in the context of the remote work and working into shifts. What are the trends in the investment related to the investment in the residential sector, but also industrial logistics premises? What are the trends and the projections for the region and indeed in Romania? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having me. My name is Denis Salinas. I'm working for Argo Capital Property Management. Argo is an alternative assets manager that specializes in emerging markets strictly, and we have been in the region from sort of early 2000s. Initially, we were investors in credit, which is bonds and loans, and more recently, as of 2010, we have been managing funds investing in real estate in Romania, Ukraine, Moldova, and Bulgaria. I would like to take a bit of a different tact, if you don't mind, from what you mentioned. I should speak about, and then we can get to some more of some prognosis of the real estate market specifically. What I would like to discuss first is the conditions that make for a thriving and growing real estate market. That is in the magnifying glass and to attract the attention of international investors. And basically, this is what are the conditions that give stability and potential growth in the market. And unfortunately, I don't speak Romanian, and I'm not sure what Ms. Sytčiuk-Engelin presented in her presentation, but I hope I don't replicate it too much, and I'm not in any way saying things that are opposite to what she said. I think now it's a very opportune time for Moldova to take the right steps and improve conditions for a real estate market that will be growing effectively in the near to medium term future. First, I would like to frame this in the context of two countries that we've had some substantial experience in, and that's Ukraine and Romania. And there are two opposites pretty much when it comes to the perceptions of international investors, because of the different conditions that appear and they're prevalent in the two countries. So luckily, maybe by design and some luck, I suppose, Romania entered the European Union in 2005. It was, I think, a good decision not to enter at any point, not to have any designs to enter the euro, because that hamstrings the monetary policy and fiscal policies of a particular country. But it made a lot of other reforms that were very crucial to a properly functioning real estate market. On the other hand, Ukraine, having had its political upheaval and several governments, and unfortunately, without making things too political, staying closer to Russia for much longer than, Romania converged to the EU very quickly, didn't enjoy any of these benefits of positive international investor attention. And that shows now, because it still continues, and unfortunately the very few international investors who are preoccupied with Ukraine. So the initial conditions, I would say, would have been the stable macroeconomics and political conditions. Stable macroeconomics meant having a central bank that is not politicized, central bank that makes the right moves, takes the right policies, and which lead to a stable macroeconomic environment, which in turn means stable interest rates and stable exchange rate, which are two very important components of real estate development. And thereafter, the capital flooded into Romania, and the opposite happened in Ukraine. So Romania managed to have a fairly stable foreign exchange system, as a very respected central bank in Europe, and it has managed to, the same central banker since the 90s, and has managed to keep the exchange rate fairly stable, apart from the 2008 financial crisis that most emerging markets suffered, and there was no way of even the Romanian central bank to avoid such fate of a fairly rapidly depreciating currency. Mind you, in 2006, I think the Romanian lei was around maybe 3.5, and it's just made it to 5 or 4.8, where it is now, and that's in a span of 15 years. Ukraine has gone from 10 to 35, which is 3.5 times the original, the initial rate in the last 10 years. So this provides a lot of anxiety and risk to investors who don't necessarily want to experience this. There are some adjustment mechanisms that that help the incomes of the investments that investors have undertaken. However, there is not a direct one-to-one mapping with depreciation of the exchange rate to the increase in the income. So to give you an idea, our income in Ukraine on one particular shopping center that we've had has gone from, in Odessa, and it's one of the premier shopping centers in Odessa, probably the best one, has gone from like 12 million down to 8. I'm talking about pre-COVID. And that is because the exchange rate had depreciated so much, the purchasing power of people depreciated so much, and the overall value of the asset has dropped accordingly, and this is not something that investors can withstand over the medium term. On the other hand, in Romania, you see that yields, investment yields, have converged from 2004, 2003, 2004. We were talking about 12.5% yields on offices, down to 7 and even below 7 pre-COVID, and now maybe they have increased to 7.25%, 7.5%, which is, you know, in Ukraine, similar to Moldova, it will be in the early teens, 12, 13, 14%. So one main condition is a stable macroeconomic environment. Stable macroeconomic environment also implies lower interest rates. Low interest rates help in two ways. One is mortgages, which of course have an impact on the residential sector, and in developer bank lending, so the developers can actually borrow from the banks. And typically in well-functioning markets like Romania, will be probably 65 to 75% of total construction costs can be in the form of a bank loan. And of course, not having to do everything with equity means higher returns and much more, a much higher volume of development, which are right now in countries with high interest rates and more unstable macroeconomic environments, have to happen with pre-sales in residential, whereby the developer relies on pre-sales of apartments to or houses to individuals in order to fund its construction profile. So this is another very important point. Macro in terms of interest rates, of course, that also implies a dependable banking system and bank sector health, which enables the creation of debt and borrowing, whether it's in the form of mortgages or individual mortgages or developer loans, that can kickstart the real estate sector. Of course, we also have, as I mentioned, again, contrasting these two countries, and I think Moldova tends to be closer to the Ukrainian model for the time being, the property rights and overall rule of law, which sort of combines with geopolitical considerations and produces different results. So, for example, in Romania, we had the strengthening of the DNA, which is the prosecutor, the national prosecutor, which went after graft and corruption very aggressively, sort of from 2009 to 2016, 2017, and a lot of people, a lot of investors realize that there is a rule of law. And when I'm competing for a particular plot of land, or where I'm trying to get a particular building permit, I can compete on a predefined set of rules, and I'm not disadvantaged because I'm not, let's say, politically connected. So these are pretty much, and of course, with all these things, taxation becomes more reliable. There is a property ecosystem from construction companies and general construction risks, and of course, a stable regime of government approvals is also a condition that that is very helpful for foreign investment to come into the sector, the real estate sector. I hope I'm not telling you something you already know, but I think convergence, political and economic, towards the European Union is key, and I think this is what all associations and industry bodies have to push. Of course, that ends up being a political thing, but I think there's some positive signs. For example, Michel, what's his name? Charles Michel, the president of the European Council, visited Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia, I think. Moldova, Ukraine and Georgia, which basically tells me that Moldova is in European Union's geopolitical eye, and they want to create this sort of protected flank on the southeast Europe the southeast part of Europe, as the Americans wanted to do with Romania. And that's how investment also flooded in, because the more foreign investment there is in a country, the more likely it is to be protected by international interests who have invested that capital. In terms of now post-COVID, just to get a bit more specific on the real estate aspect of things, I think that we have a new paradigm in office and retail. However, the degree to which these paradigms are prevalent are more specific to countries. And in the West, you expect a significant contraction of demand for office space. And sorry about that. Right, I will continue just with my video off, if you don't mind. So you would expect to have an improvement, a decline in demand. However, this decline in demand has to be put into perspective of, I'm sorry about that, guys. So let me, just 1 second.
Da. Mr. Dennis.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
We continue to work from home here. We're still in lockdown. We've been here since December, and yeah, we get 7 Amazon deliveries per day, basically. Nobody's buying anything outside. Sorry to interrupt you. Do you want to say something?
No,
Should I continue?
Yeah, please continue. We have 1 more minute or 2 more minutes. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thanks. So, right. So I just want to just very briefly touch upon the impact of COVID. And I want to say that the effects of COVID should not be reflected as heavily in Moldova, mostly because there are other trends that would overshadow this impact of COVID. And considering that the supply is fairly restricted in all segments of the real estate market, there should be some there should be positive trends that should continue, provided that all the other conditions end up being in place that I mentioned previously. So that's it for me. If you have any particular comments or questions, please let me know.
Mr. Salinas, thank you so much, first of all, for your time. I know that you are in the UK now, so it's also a time difference. So thank you very much for your effort. I think it was a very nice snapshot for examining and then presenting the situation in the region, not only in Moldova, so as we really know what's the trend, what's the expectation for the next period of time, especially for the 3 key components when we speak about real estate. It's about industrial premises, it's about residential, and of course, offices, which of course due to the pandemic took a totally different evolution. Thank you very much, Ms. Lilia Sinchuk-Engelin. Thank you very much, Mr. Denis Salinas. Now we go to the next panel, actually crucial for the economic development, for the economic sustainable development. And the next panel is dedicated to energy and renewables. I'd like to again invite our 2 keynote speakers. This is Mr. Jose Luis Gomez Pascal, Country Manager for Premier Energy in Moldova, and Mr. Kirill Gaburic, Developer for Fly Rent Development, both EBA members. Mr. Jose Luis is also the EBA Deputy President. And in this regard, our kind request to Mr. Jose Luis would be to really present what would be maybe any potential risks or what be the opportunities for the next period for the energy and renewable sector development in Moldova, considering that energy is the underpinning resource for sustainable economic development, especially in the context of a quite fragile geopolitical context context in which the Republic of Moldova is for many years from now. So, Mr. Jose Luis, the floor is yours. Please elaborate on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mariana, and good morning to everybody. Bună ziua. Okay, yes, I'm going, if you let me share my screen, the presentation. Okay, I'm going to go a bit fast because we have like 10 minutes through some basic ideas regarding the energy sector and what could be expected for 2021, 2022. I'm going to talk briefly about quality of supply, prices of energy, about the liberalization, that is meaning that different retailers that could come to you and make offer at a competitive prices. We will talk, and I think it will be expanded by Kirill. I will talk a bit about renewable energies and possibilities there. Then energy efficiency, a bit about innovation, centered in smart grid, and then some comments on the legal institutional framework. That's very important. So starting a bit about quality, and when we make our how do you say, enquete, our surveys on our customers, we detect that the top thing that interests our customers is first the price. I'm going to talk about the price afterwards, and second, the quality of supply. That is the time of the year that each customer is without electricity, due to some outage, some unplanned circumstances. So the good news is that it's going to improve this year. If you look at the past year, all along these years, the quality of supply has been improving. That means the number of interruptions time per year has been reduced. This is not considering the planned interruption when we have to do some maintenance work, but this is the outages when it's an unplanned and unscheduled interruption due to some fault or so on. So we will keep improving. These values I'm not going to present, but are better than in the regional, better than in Romania, better than in Ukraine for the most part. So that is going to be expected for this year. And how, okay, this is the average, but if we look per rayon, per district, we find that this is the average, but still some portions of the country are above the average. We are working on that so that it will also be reduced. Like here in Spain is a good one, but for example, Estrasén, unfortunately, we need to still keep improving in that filial, in that region. And how do we do it? Okay, investing. Okay, we invest an average of 15, 16 million euro per year to improve the quality so that the companies there can settle their operations, can have better continuous supply of power. And that's our main contribution to the country. Those figures belong to us, the Main Energy, but as well, the operators covered in the north of the country have also improved a lot. We are all in the same line, and I would say that the quality of service in Moldova, it's I would not say among the best, no, but it has improved, and we are regionally, we have a good position. If we look at, for example, the countries in the energy community. Then I will talk a little bit about the price. Indeed, right now, today, we are having the power tender, the annual power tender. Indeed, we are inaugurating new market rules. As you know, okay, we'll talk about that later. So, what do we expect about the energy? That will be the wholesale price of the energy. That will be the first question. Okay, if we look, this blue line is 2020. Okay, so this triangle, red triangle, is the price that we have now. We're buying at around $49 megawatt hour. The wholesale price is expected to increase. If we look at the curve in Ukraine, once the economy started to recover a bit, the prices that has been depressed during the year, they are coming up. Indeed, the prices right now in Ukraine, what is called the day-ahead market, is at 51, 52, just last month, dollars megawatt hour. That is, we are, as I said, at 48, 49, so it's expected to increase. Romania is also a good benchmark. If you look at the curve, the prices curve in Romania as well, the blue line is 2020. And so it's almost, it ended at $70 megawatt hour. Though we are connected with Romania, as of now, we cannot import from Romania. So this is just a reference. We can import from Ukraine. And that will be not just a reference, but also a possibility. But also, if we look at the Henry Hub is an international gas index, gas price index. And as you can see, also the 2020 trend is coming up. Well, we know that from the situation with the oil prices that we're having right now in Moldova. So the electricity price, unfortunately, is expected to increase. But the good news is that the tariff, which is the weight of the cost of the energy within the tariff, is 70%. But the tariff has some reserves. That is, first in the tariff, the regulator put a price, introduce an embedded price of $53.5 megawatt hour, which is 10% higher than the actual value. So we have room there. That is, if the wholesale price increases a bit, less than 20%, the tariff will not be touched. We will remain with that same tariff that was approved in February, I think, or January by the end. And then also another reserve is that there are tariff deviations. That is, the operators, including us, Primera Energy, last year collected more, billed more than what was entitled to because of the tariff set by ANRE and because of the exchange rate differences and so on. So we own the market 23 million euro that we are paying now. And so that's the second reserve. So the good news is that this year, the tariff is not going to increase. No? So that's about the price for this year. Liberalization. Here, okay, I'm talking about retailer knocking at the door and offering negotiated prices lower than the tariff. No? Here, we are moving forward, but still we have these new market rules, but still the market is not de facto liberalized. To compete, you need sources of energy, and as of now, still Moldova has no different sources of energy. Okay, we have the local thermoelectrica, the heat and power plants, but they don't produce electricity as a main product; it's a byproduct. They produce heat and complementary electricity, but it's very expensive. So 80% of the power demand is acquired either to Emgres, this big power plant in Transnistria, and then, yes, from Ukraine we can import. We are synchronized with Ukraine. We can import energy, not with Romania, as I said. But Ukraine can only export to Moldova what is called plant energy. Okay, they are missing one component, which is balancing, which is like the difference. Now, this is like when you go to the petrol station and you put fuel in your car and you are planning to go to Comrade. And you expect that, okay, I'm going to need 45 liters. But then at the end, you don't consume because of whatever. You stop or you make a detour or there was any problem and you did not consume this 45 liters, no, I said, you need more. And so you need to go to another petrol station to buy these differences. It's called the balances. Unfortunately, Ukraine cannot export balances. So only Emgres, this big power plant in the left bank, can put that. Means that and they have a de facto power to dominate the market. So de facto the liberalization is not there. There are some companies, including us, we have a company called Navitas to compete at free prices, but they depend on the will of this power plant to get this balancing power or not. No? So hopefully one good news will be that it is scheduled that in October this year we'll have another source for balancing. Modelectrica, the transmission company, is going to have a balancing contract with Ukraine, and so that, yes, on that moment it will be fully liberalized. So expect all the large companies, medium and large consumers that probably by October, November, hopefully, if there is no delay, this schedule, the electricity sector will be de facto liberalized. So not only our open retailer is going to make offers to you, but also other retailers will be competing to get your power consumption. Hope you choose us. No? Then I'm not going to talk a lot about renewables. I think Kirill is going to talk in detail about that. I will just present that, yes, there are some possibilities, 3 possibilities to develop renewable energy products. One is through feed-in tariffs assigned given by the regulator. There were some objectives for 2020, and the regulator awarded all this power at this feed-in tariff. The tenders is the second mechanism. The tenders are not there. The power tenders should be led by the government, the Minister of Economy, and so far there has been no tender. There are discussions. I don't think that in 2021 there will be any power tender. Hope, maybe I'm wrong. That would be very good. And nevertheless, there is a new proposal for the government for new capacity to be awarded with feed-in tariffs and with tender. Feed-in tariffs, as you can see, they are increasing. So you can, if you have made studies on wind or solar intensity, and you have the land and so on, it's a good opportunity to go to ANRE and to ask for other requirements, like the connection with Molde Electrica and so on, to go to ANRE to make a request to get a feed-in tariffs. The prices are quite good. For photovoltaic is 1.88 lei per kilowatt hour, and for wind is a bit lower, 1.55. But internationally, they are good prices. I mean, there is a good mechanism to promote renewables. You know? So it is there. If any one of you are interested, we are much willing within EBA, or even as a company to share with you the possibilities. Then a bit about energy efficiency. We have a law, but the law is de facto not implemented. There are some ongoing discussions, and unfortunately, it's not moving a lot. There's not going to be, I think, a major development on the law on energy efficiency this year. On our part, we have done the best that we can do. The first energy efficiency is to reduce your energy losses, the energy that is lost along the way or stolen along the way, along the network. And we have reduced every year in primary energy our losses. So there is not a lot of room for improvement yet. We are very near what is called the technical losses. But okay, so far what we have done and we continue doing, it gives a saving to the country, to the tariff of 35 million euros, for which we are quite happy. And regarding the smart grid, okay, we are a bit far away still from actual projects. All of the operators have made pilots. We, Red North, and so on. But I mean, it's maybe 200 consumers, 1,000 consumers we have. But the big project, it's very costly to have a smart meter. Not just the meter, but all the communication devices needed cost around 350 euro per position, per connection point. That means for 1.4 million that we consumers in Moldova right back will be around 500 million euro. That's a lot, no? So this year is going to be a pilot under the EU for Energy project, and there are some studies to identify how we could move forward, but we are still far away from what is being done in the other EU countries, no? In the EU. And lastly, on the legal framework, there is a new law on electricity that is not new law, it's from 2016, but it's been amended, though with the situation with the political situation, the government and so on, probably this year it will not move forward. Then in 2 years from now, the new methodology, tariff methodology will be designed, reviewed. That's very important because the tariff methodology, they don't have incentives, and I will show you why I'm saying that. But that's important because if there are incentives in place, the tariff will be reduced. If there are no incentives, then the operator will not be forced, no, or pushed to bring efficiencies and reduce tariff. No, I'm going to show right now this. And the last point on legal and institutional certainty is the framework is the uncertainty. I've been here several years, and it's always been a lot of uncertainty in the sector. Unfortunately, it's a tradition that every 2 years the board of hundreds is changed. Now there is another law that has a non-confidence law that has been approved by the parliament this last Friday, that is asking the directors of the ANRE and also of antitrust, no concurrencia, to resign. I don't think that's good for the country, because at the end, each new director requires some time, 1 year no less, to understand the energy and the electricity and the gas sectors and other sectors like water, it's also on thermoelectric, no? And heat and power. So that's not good. Every time there is a change in the board of ANRE, it means delays, it means that things don't move forward, and the customer does not benefit from the new things that the regulator could put to improve the service, to incentivize the operator, and so on. No? And talking about incentives, this is I'm doing some marketing on us. This is why incentives is so important. This is our distribution tariff from the north of the country, 92 bani per kilowatt hour. This is from the central south. That's our. We have reduced the tariff because we're not so much because the methodology is putting incentives, but because in our blood of a private company it is to keep improving, to look for efficiencies and so on. And we are happy to have been able to have a distribution tariff which is half of that of those customers in the northern part of the country. And this is distribution, which is just the network business. This is the end user tariff, that's ours as well, and that's the northern country. So there is a big difference. That's why we think it's unfair that the consumers in the north of the country are paying such a high tariff, and there is a need to create incentive and so that also state-owned companies are incentivized to put efficiencies and to reduce the cost of the tariff. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you so much, Mariana. I hope I did not consume more time than I was entitled to. Have a nice day to all of you.
Mr. José Luis, thank you so much. Of course, we are wishing you all the good luck in your tender. Indeed, very insightful and very rich in figures and data was your presentation. Indeed, when we speak about the options for the development of the renewables in Moldova, still we have to consider only the feed-in tariff approach, not so much the tender approach. Mr. Kirill Gaburic, if you can please tell us in the current circumstances, what are the projections of the development of the renewable sector in Moldova? If you can please take the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mariana. Hello, everyone. Thank you, my colleague, Luis Gomez Pascual, for nice intervention. And I'm glad to participate at this event. Thank you for inviting me. And I'll describe the situation. How do I feel on the renewables? O să vorbesc în română, deci mă numesc Kirill Gaburic, am 44 de ani, am experiență de activitate în domeniile telecomunicații, domeniul IT, de 2 ori am fost invitat să lucrez în guvern, dar în prezent sunt implicat în dezvoltarea unor proiecte proiecte energetice,
energy projects. These are renewables. We're involved in developing a network for charging stations for electrical vehicles, as well as work to develop some automated solutions in the area of plant growing. Bioplants growing. So for a number of years, I'm a promoter of electrical vehicles, and that passion helps me rationalize the consumption of energy, and I try to reduce my negative footprint on the environment. And this is how we are arriving with the whole team and the project and the company to build PV parks and use solar energy.
Republica Moldova este amplasată
is located
sau o parte a Europei centrale. Pentru noi, acest gen de proiect
for us, this type of project is not yet considered as an attractive bankable opportunity. Well, I'm believing that the banks from Moldova will reassess their mission in the context of supporting economic development. I mean, support infrastructure of the country, but specifically in the context of supporting the development of a more greener economy. We talked previously about the fact that 2020 has been a very complex, complicated year, a difficult year. General, indeed, this was a hard lesson for humankind, not just for those us in Moldova. Well, this pandemic year has put our social systems and economy on the brink. Well, we were almost at the limit, but that is a separate topic of discussion. We all saw how strong are some habits of ours and how hard it is for us to give up on those.
Cred că avem multe lecții de învățat din pandemie, dar una din cele mai importante este că o bună parte din oameni au devenit prea consumatori, aș spune eu. O să vă explic ce am în vedere. Deci atunci când noi împreună cu echipa examinăm cheltuielile și investițiile eu propun colegilor să separăm propunerile în două coșuri. Coșul must have și coșul nice to have. Și eu cred că noi am devenit dependenți de consum fără să apreciem întotdeauna raționalitatea acestui consum. Și noi avem posibilitatea să revedem aceste depinderi și să abordăm un mod de viață mai prietenos cu natura, mai aproape
and to be close to nature.
Pandemia și criza economică care a fost generată de această pandemie, de fapt, au ridicat într-o formă mai acută problema schimbărilor climatice și a încălzirii globale. Eu sunt foarte bucuros că autoritățile Uniunii Europene pun un accent aparte pe investițiile în tehnologiile verzi, în cadrul fondurilor de recuperare economică, dar și investițiile în producerea energiei regenerabile. Când mă gândesc cumva la viitorul sectorului, așa să spun, regenerabililor, cred că cea mai mare problemă a parcurilor solare și a eolienilor este intermitența procesului de producere a energiei. Și oamenii au nevoie de surse stabile de energie și noi nu suntem gata să ne împăcăm cu faptul că într-o perioadă a zilei sau într-o perioadă a săptămânii putem rămâne fără surse de energie. Nu pot trece fără surse stabile de energie, spitalele, școlile, grădinițele, mai ales platformele industriale sau de producere. Și multe alte dimensiuni din activitatea umană. Dar trebuie să construim, în viziunea mea, o arhitectură energetică capabilă să compenseze lipsa vântului sau lipsa soarelui într-o anumită zonă sau alta. În unele zone putem avea zile sau chiar săptămâni fără suficient soare sau fără suficient vânt. Respectiv, capacitățile de a transmite energia dintr-un capăt a continentului în alt capăt vor deveni critici în cadrul unui sistem energetic care este absolut prietenos naturii. Eu cred că în perioada următoare, în centrul atenției cercetătorilor va rămâne lucru asupra dezvoltării soluțiilor de stocare a energiei, așa numitele megabaterii. Noi, omenirea, oamenii vom avea nevoie de aceste megabaterii, care de fapt vor păstra volume enorme de energie pe durată a mai multor zile sau chiar săptămâni, astfel ca să acoperim gapul cel despre care am vorbit mai sus. Așa cum am menționat și colegul meu, José Luis Pascal, quality of the supply este foarte important. Cred că autoritățile vor trebui să investească în dezvoltarea rețelelor de transport, de energie, precum și
energy transmission
atunci,
networks.
în cazurile în care într-o perioadă, într-o parte a Europei, de exemplu, este soare și vânt,
in one region will be sun and wind, and you will produce to transport this energy to the other part of Europe or the continent where the weather is more, where there is more clouds and there is no wind, there's no sun. The authorities of Moldova should be looking into the modernization of electrical grid or network, which unfortunately some of it is still obsolete, still Soviet, and currently one needs investments to modernize this transmission networks. Well, one needs investment when it comes to interconnection of the national power system to the European one, which I believe is ongoing, but better say
integrarea sistemului
the integration
național
of the national power system to the European one.
Autoritățile din
The
Republica Moldova
authorities from the Republic of Moldova
unele
could
decizii
adjust
care ar
some of
putea
their
stimula
decisions which could
investițiile
stimulate
în
investments
domeniul energiei
in the
regenerabile.
area
De
of
exemplu,
renewables. For
am mai
instance,
vorbit la acest
and I
subiect.
spoke about it,
Adoptarea unui
the adoption
angajament din
of a
partea
commitment
statului ca
from the
cel
state
puțin
so that at
10%
least
din totalul lor
10% of
consum să fie
overall
energie verde.
consumption
La
should be
același
green
preț,
energy
doar
at the
că
same price,
energie verde.
but green energy.
Astăzi statul este
So
unul dintre
today the state is one of
cei mai mari consumatori de
the biggest
energie.
consumers of
Asta e
power.
școlile,
Well,
astea sunt
these are
grădinițele,
schools,
astea sunt
kindergartens,
spitalele,
hospitals,
primăriile, universitățile,
mayoralties,
nu știu, consiliile
universities,
raionale și așa mai
district
departe. Și toate
councils,
aceste
and all of
instituții,
these
să ne imaginăm
institutions,
că
let's
10%
imagine
din
that
consumul lor
10% of
total
their
este
total consumption
energie
would be
verde.
green
Asta înseamnă
energy.
că energia verde
That
va
means that green energy
deveni
will
căutată. Asta
become
înseamnă că
sought
va
after,
apărea cerere.
will be sought after, there will be demand, and then it means that this process will bolster investments in this domain.
Altă măsură care poate fi
Another
realizată
action
de
or
autorități
measure that
este
can be
inventarierea terenurilor.
done by the authorities is stock taking the
Găsirea
land,
celor terenuri care
finding land
sunt potrivite pentru
which is
amplasarea parcurilor solare, dar și
would be
nu doar
appropriate to
depistarea
locate
acestor terenuri, dar eu aș propune să fie
PV
și
plants,
un
parks,
lucru făcut în
and
procesul de
that can be
pregătire a
done
actelor
during the
necesare,
preparation
așa
of the
încât
necessary
în
documentation,
momentul în
so
care
that
vine un potențial
when a
investitor,
potential investor comes,
perioada din momentul
from the time
deci venirea acestui
of his
investitor până
arrival
la
until
momentul de începere a
the
construcției să
time
fie
of
cât mai
starting the construction
scurtă
should be as short as
și
possible,
evident să ajungă
and
cât mai
obviously
repede la procesul de
he should
producere
get as
a
quickly as possible to
energiei electrice.
start producing
O altă
electricity.
acțiune, eu aș spune
Another
că ar
activity
trebui pe
would be
responsabilitatea celor din domeniul energetic
on those from the energy area, and I would suggest that all operators from the energy area to move
transport verde, adică
to green transmission, all operators, all the vehicles, all the fleet of this operators should be electrical cars. I wanted to talk
despre o viziune
about
foarte generală,
a very general vision,
cu unele propuneri,
and I have some
pentru că,
proposals
într-adevăr,
because
situația
indeed I
trebuie văzută un
believe
pic
that the
mai
situation should
larg
be looked at comprehensively than just the development of some small
Deci doar
separate
așa putem
projects. Only
obține
if you look
într-un fel
comprehensively
energie sau
could you
sinergie
get
suplimentară care va
additional synergy
impulsiona
which would
investițiile în
bolster
producerea energiei
investments
verzi
in producing
și
green
ne vor
energy,
învăța să
and they will
consumăm mai
teach us
rațional
consume
energia
more
și
rationally
nu doar.
power, and
În
not
așa
only.
fel vom avea
In this way,
amprenta
our
noastră
footprint, our
asupra
negative
mediului va
footprint
fi mult
on the
mai
environment
mic.
will be much lower.
Mariana, colegi, eu
Mariana,
vă mulțumesc
colleagues,
încă o
thank you
dată
so
și
much,
spor mai
and
departe.
I wish you good luck with your event.
Hope that also the legal framework will be appropriately adjusted and we will be able to develop the sector as there is a very high demand for that. Thank you very much, Mr. Jose Luis Gomez Pascal. Thank you very much, Mr. Kirill Gaburic. I think it was a very, very important projection and outlook for the sector as a whole. Now we go to the next panel, which is the banking sector. But just to mention some key important remarks before giving the floor to our keynote speakers. So we all know that the banking sector is the blood circulatory system of any functional economy. And when we speak about an economy in a still COVID environment, of course, there are vulnerabilities on the SME side, on the business side. On the other hand, the banking system in Moldova had to comply with a very tough EU acquis, which regulates very seriously the financial market. In this regard, the law 308 on AML and compliance was implemented, as well as the law 75, which provides sanctions for the banking sector in Moldova. We should also mention that the comparably high level of capital, as expressed by the capital adequacy ratio, provides Moldovan banks with additional buffers when dealing with the fallout of the COVID-19 crisis. On the other hand, still the businesses have to secure their business development based on a friendly lending approach. So Mr. Laszlo Diósi, the chairman of the executive committee, CEO Mobis Banca OTP Group in Moldova, also EBA president, is the first to present the view on the banking sector, considering the existing status quo and what would be the projections for the upcoming period. Again, if we look at the economic projection and how can we support the SMEs and business development. Mr. Diósi, the floor is yours.
Sure. Thank you very much. How could I say? I'm in a very comfortable position right now because I can talk about a sector which has undergone a very serious reform in the previous 6 years, and right now everybody agrees that that was the most successful and most lasting reform in Republika Moldova. We cannot talk about the present and the future without the past, of course, and if we go a little bit back to the previous world crisis and especially in the Moldovan banking crisis, we can see that those countries which had a vulnerable banking sector, mentioning without a full picture, but at least like Cyprus, Greece, Spain or Italy, had a very difficult recovery also in the real economic sector. So a healthy banking sector is absolutely imperative for a healthy economy, as Mariana said. And just a little bit of auditors and bankers joke about the previous period when we said that regarding the bank's balance sheet, that nothing right on the left side of the balance sheet and at the same time nothing left on the right side. Thank God it is not the case anymore in Moldova, and if we use another technical term, we can say that the Moldovan banking sector from liability became an asset for Moldova. So let's see how the previous years looked like. First of all, there was a stabilization of the banking sector, followed by a privatization, and of course, which is the most important from this perspective, full reform of the National Bank of Moldova, which provides us with a very strong and European level banking supervision, and that's why we have very strongly capitalized banks, very liquid market, and we also have the inflation and the exchange rate absolutely under control. Apart from the good capital and liquidity situation, we see a continuous growth in lending activity of the banking sector. and also all the payment and up-to-date solutions like internet banking, mobile banking, and wide-scale usage of POS terminals and electronic payments right now are accessible in whole Moldova. And by today, we really can live without cash if we don't go to the Piazza Centrala, but on the rest of the places, bank cards and internet banking, mobile banking will do. Right now, what is in the previous years have started to take place also and to take form is a very, very strong know your customer and anti-money laundering policy implementation, which I don't think I have to explain that we are in the middle of the EU, Russia, Turkey, Ukraine, the Baltic states, and all asset liability managers and all managers of anti-money laundering have really to take care full attention of all of these issues. So this puts Moldova in a very interesting and situation which needs a full attention from the banks. And coming in the regulation, the next year's GDPR and other issues which will also be complicating somehow or everyday life. You know, one of the first sayings I learned in Moldova when the Moldovan is out of money, he's going to exchange some euro to Moldovan lei. So people, according to the statistics we have seen also from the previous presentations, they have money from remittances, but because of the banking scandals, they still prefer to keep it in at home in many cases, and it's very difficult to convince them to invest in banks and alternative savings. But we also see a positive trend, so lack of liquidity is not a burden anymore on growth. What can we expect and what kind of opportunities will arise in the next years? Of course, as also other speakers mentioned, the real estate and mortgage market is increasing. Thank God to the side effects of the pandemic situation, and also we see an increasing trend in cash loans and consumer finance requests. So people are consuming, and all the delayed consumption is flowing into these items. At the same time, we also see an increase of need of financing from SMEs and bigger corporations. Unfortunately, the SMEs show the weakest performance under the pandemic situation, and we all of us welcome any kind of help to the SME sector, which is right now somehow lagging behind. And also you could see from the previous presentations that a very small level from the GDP was sacrificed to support the local economy. And we see an increasing payment difficulty for all these companies for small and medium-sized sector, and especially the micro ones who are engaging in agriculture. After the drought and after the pandemic problems, they really have huge daily problems. So the only help they can need state organized help and better agricultural year. Of course, there are lots of additional opportunities arising. We still see a huge usage of cash in the country, which we see European best practices how to reduce usage of cash and how to facilitate that more cash is entering the digital payments and the bank accounts, which is also important from anti-money laundering point of view, so that we can identify movements of cash. And it is also absolutely in line with the intentions of the National Bank. We also see opportunities in development of the capital markets, which have very, very low level of development in Moldova. We see no investment funds, we see no pension funds, which cannot grow one without another. So we need a concentrated capital markets development strategy in which banks can help with their international know-hows, because this happened last time also in Romania in the years of 2005 to 2007, and by today it's a huge and growing market. Cross-border relationships can also be facilitated, and to have agreements with European investment passports with European standards as regarding investments and activities like private banking. In that, again, international know-hows will be able to help. What is a very interesting picture for me that Moldova is half very well developed in online services. If you talk about the land book or talk about down to how to buy a motor car vignette, everything can be done digitalized, but on banking services, the full digitalization is still lagging behind. And for that, we need better legislation, and in that also EBA is going to facilitate some discussions how to get a better digital framework, because without that, online account opening and other online services are not possible. Of course, we have an issue with the SME sector, because they, as it is usual in these countries, are only half visible by their activities, and officially half their incomes are half entering into their profit and loss account and balance sheet, which is making more difficult financing them and to support them. And of course, we have the problem with the non-banking financial institutions, which in Moldova is constitute a very much developed sector and are everywhere that the banking sector could not reach. And by the huge interest rates and not regularized conditions using, they are huge competition to the banking sector. But from 2023, they are going to come under the regulation of the Moldovan National Bank, and we also see an opportunity here to regularize this sector as well. And I think also there is an opportunity in the banking sector to organize ourselves, and also, as it is the practice in other banking sectors, to have common customer protection initiatives and common code of ethics, how to deal with commercial issues. And last but not least, the banking sector also must be a responsible corporate citizen to develop together with the universities the future workforce, to better engage the population and to start a better approach and a more responsible approach in the financial education. Thank you very much.
Mr. Joshi, thank you very much for your presentation. Indeed, you have presented all of the opportunities, but also existing challenges. Still, pandemics has not finalized, unfortunately, so we still have to survive in this pandemic environment, also considering all of the other very important restrictions, including also related to financial sector. Allow me on this occasion to give the floor to Mr. George Shagidze, nominated CEO Moldova Agro-Bank, subject to the National Bank of Moldova approval. Mr. Shagidze, you have recently joined the banking system of the Republic of Moldova with a very rich experience, international experience in the area. What would be your views and vision for the banking sector of the Republic of Moldova, as well as your plans for further MAIB development in Moldova?
Sure. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me, and thanks to all people speaking before me. I think I have few slides that I can share, and then I can start going through them. But clearly there are certain initiatives that I will be pursuing. Obviously, I need to again highlight the fact that the appointment is subject to National Bank of Moldova's approval, and only after such approval I will be able to start and pursue the initiatives that I will be mentioning. It's only a few slides, but I think we can use them. We can use them well. To start with, I think I wanted to highlight the current position of MAIB as the leader across most of the segments and products. Obviously, you know it much better than I do, but you cannot start any presentation without highlighting your current position. I think what is also good news is that like many other banks in the country, MAIB shares 30 years history of with the 30 years of independence of Moldova. Here are the numbers, as you all might know, they're better than I do. But again, just to highlight this as a beginning. Now, I think the initiatives that I will have at MAIB, just before I discuss one of the initiatives and its impact to the country, are listed here. The very first one is to build a new level of customer experience, or take MAIB to the next level of customer experience, so that the customers for us become the center for our attention, and we become more and more customer-centric company. So I think this will be key for any next step MAIB will be designing or implementing. The second one is the digital, and all the initiatives in digital. MAIB will try to become the orchestrator of the digital financial ecosystems. There are lots of initiatives in this area which will try to simplify the way the customer's life and the way the customers are using financial or other type of product. The third one here is important, and I'll expand on this to the next pages of my presentation. This is a listing of the shares into a international stock exchange. Now, here I want to highlight that this is obviously subject to shareholder approval. So if such approval is granted, then this is very realistic to position MAIB as the gateway to attract additional investors to the country. And the first one, it's more long-term aspiration. It is expanding into the region with digital products and services. Now, I'll elaborate more on the third one, which is the IPO or listing the shares of the of MAIB into an international stock exchange. Again, subject to the shareholder approval. This is something which is much bigger than its direct impact to MAIB's shares. And I know this from George's experience or from TBC's experience, where I spent around 10 years and led the team that listed the shares of TBC on London Stock Exchange. Here, MAIB can actually become again as the flagship of integration of Moldovan businesses into international financial markets. And the thing is that when you speak with new investors and through a proper listing and listing to a proper stock exchange, you basically approach to the top tier investors all over the world. When you list your shares to such stock exchange, that basically means that you are positioning Moldova rightly. So you are basically addressing any risk that investor might have related to the country. And as long as the investor becomes very familiar with the risk related to the country, then attracting him for any new investment in the country or approaching him from another channel or from another company from the country becomes much easier. Again, this is why MAIB can act as the gateway or can become flagship to integrate overall and make the big impact to the business climate of the country. This slide basically tries to compare listing venues or listing places or the cities that we can consider for the listing. I mean, I don't want to go too much in the future and jump into any conclusion, but I guess the choices are very obvious. They could be London, Warsaw, Bucharest, but at the time we will need to analyze which one is the best for us. Obviously, London has its additional benefits of positioning the country and the bank from premium with the premium from the perspective of reputation and corporate governance and transparency. Again, this could be used then for other companies to attract such investors. This slide basically summarizes the timing and preparation needed for any proper IPO. And with proper IPO, I mean the venue whereby you can be subject to reasonable regulation, and top tier investors all over the world would trust the venue so that it is transparent, has the requirements to the top corporate governance, and they can technically invest very easily into the company. So when we speak about the preparation of such IPO, you basically need about 9-12 months from the date you start preparation, and overall you have 4 windows during any year during which you can place your share. But I guess what's very important is that you need to start preparing for any good IPO right away, before or well before starting actual day-to-day preparation for it. This is why MAIB will try over time to act as if its shares has been already placed into such stock exchange. And there is final slide of my presentation, and I will be happy to answer with pleasure. I will try to answer any questions you might have. These are the additional benefits of IPO, and here the first thing to highlight is that the first person or the most benefits go clearly to minority shareholders. This is, of course, publicity and credibility with the best and exemplary corporate governance. And again, here too, the corporate governance can be used as the example for the other companies in the country. Of course, this is transparency, high communication with the investors, and in addition to reducing the cost of capital for future growth, this is liquidity of the shares. I mean, you don't need only price of the shares, you also need liquidity of the shares, so that if and when you decide to sell any of the shareholding that you have, you can execute it swiftly. So this is my last slide. Again, MAIB through this IPO can act as the gateway for Moldovan businesses and to attract investors in the country. And thanks again for this chance, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Mr. Shagidze, very impressed with your presentation. Thank you very much. As the European Business Association, we are also very honored to have MAIB as one of its gold members. Indeed, we will be happy to offer all of the support needed on this very challenging way of getting this IPO listing, which is extremely important, not only for MAIB, but its consumers and the business development. As you have very correctly mentioned, this is a gateway for the business development for the future. And indeed, it will really boost the SMEs sector as well as attract investors. So Mr. Laszlo Joshi, Mr. Georgi Shagidze, thank you very much for your very precious and valuable presentations. Due to the time limitations, we have to move to the next panel, which is very connected to the previous one, as when we have been discussing about the digitalization in the banking sector. Actually, digitalization and electronic commerce became one of the key priorities for the economic development, not only for the Republic of Moldova, but for the whole world, following in the context of still ongoing pandemics. Businesses have to survive, foreign trade has to develop, and Moldova being a small country, we really have to learn our lessons and to boost the e-commerce and to connect in this way the Republic of Moldova trade with the worldwide trade. In this regard, in 2020, a roadmap on digitalization and e-commerce was developed, in which European Business Association also played a very important role by providing the feedback of businesses as well as legal framework gaps in order to make it happen. Still, we do have challenges on the logistics side, on the data protection side, when we speak about mainly exporting options in the context of e-commerce of the Moldovan products on the EU market and world market. So in this regard, I'd like to give the floor and to welcome our keynote speakers, Ms. Tatiana Miriuță, country manager of Oriflame Moldova, which is a Swedish company, and Mr. Oleg Roibu, General Counsel EMAG and VP Armo Romania. So please allow me to give the floor primarily to Ms. Tatiana Miriuță, who we would kindly ask her to share the Oriflame experience in the context of shifting from the ordinary sales into the e-commerce and e-solutions. And what did you do, and what's your plans for the future, Ms. Miriuță, in the context of still ongoing pandemics? Thank you.
Bună ziua tuturor. În primul rând vreau să mulțumesc.
So good morning to everybody. First of all, I would like to thank European Business Association for organizing this conference, for organizing this event. So these are very important topics, and for me personally, it's very important to talk about and to find out what is the situation and what are the trends, not only in the area that I'm working, actually, the Oriflame is working, but also I'm very curious to know better about the trends of 2021, and in particular, in order to shape and to formulate our strategy. Could you see the full screen, or can you see my presentation? Yes, absolutely, we can see the presentation, so good. So then I can continue with this presentation. I would like to give you some background. And to make a short comment about Oriflame company. So I believe that the Oriflame company is well known in the Republic of Moldova because we are already in the Republic of Moldova for more than 18 years. That's a Swedish company that was created for more than 50 years ago. It was created by two brothers in Sweden, as it was already mentioned by Madam Mariana Rufa. So that's a company that was founded and created as a company that would be working using direct sale method, and that was actually the conventional method. But for more than 20 years, we are a company that is actually working in the social selling method. And also we have a certain compensation multi-level marketing plan. I would like to make a couple of comments. Two comments that I would like to make. First and foremost, I would like to mention that when we speak about the trends, and when we speak about the trends of 2021 and what is the outlook for 2021 and in the light of the e-commerce situation, so I believe that first and foremost, we have to put the focus on the consumer, on the clients. We cannot build any successful business in no area can we build if the consumer is not in the center of our attention. And the second issue that I would like to mention is that the trends that I will be talking in my presentation, they were not created today because the e-commerce went through a lot of ups and downs, and a lot of companies are using this e-commerce for a longer time. But what has happened in 2020 and what is actually affecting us today and in the light of the pandemic situation, so as a result of that, that some of the plans of digitalization and transformation, so this kind of plans should have been expedited because they have become absolutely mandatory and compulsory needed for the activity of any business, of any company. So that has become a must. So I would like to show a couple of lessons, some of the lessons that we have learned in 2020. Although Oriflame company is working and the deliveries and the orders are done by the e-commerce for more than 15 years, but nevertheless, we have seen a kind of a decline, a drop in the first 6 weeks of the pandemic situation back in 2020. So there was a drop. Yes. So once again, I would like to reiterate that our consumers are used to our system, but nevertheless, so we have been affected in terms of the number of consumers that dropped and the number of orders also have declined. And also we have seen a very significant decline, a drop in the total number of units that are being purchased by one consumer. And of course, that has also impacted and affected our sales. That's absolutely logical. It's absolutely clear why this has actually happened in our country, because the emotional status, the financial status of the population, a lot of the persons have went through a lot of sufferings, and so nobody thought about buying some kind of cosmetics, but that was not the only reason. Another reason for dropping the sales at the beginning of pandemic for Oriflame was how we tried to promote our products and the way we promoted our products, because so we are trying to make the promotion via our consumers. We are trying to use our catalogs. We're also using some other leverages and channels that are trying to build like a business as part of the Oriflame company. And the second challenge and problem that we have faced in 2020 is the stock out, lack of any available stocks. And the reason was the following. First of all, there was a shortage in production at the global level. So that was actually the trend for the beginning to have had that particular shortage. And secondly, we have had some problems in terms of procuring some of the inputs, some of the raw materials as a result of the lockdown. So we didn't have any possibility to update our stocks and to replenish our goods. And since we didn't have any possibility to influence the situation at global level, so we tried to make our activity more enhanced at local level. And we've tried to do some very simple measures, because when we think about some of the measures, we try to do it globally, but some of the measures should be done closer to the customers. So we try to promote some of the products for our customers, try to promote our products and to do some promo bono products. And as I've already said, we're using different kind of catalogs. And like 2 months ago and more than that, our partners and our consumers already know about the products, they know about the offers for a certain period of time. So that was the second problem. Third problem, and I believe this is the utmost, and this is the biggest problem out of all the issues that have already been mentioned by the previous speakers, and this is the problem of with the staff and with our partners, because we have noticed a certain kind of shortage or lack of energy, as well as the emotional status suffered. And I'm not also talking about the staff of the Oriflame company, but also we're talking about a very big number of partners that are working on the basis of a marketing program. And they started losing their affairs, they started losing their businesses, and they started losing their income, their benefit. So that was the situation that we should have resolved. And we've used very simple methods. And on the slide, you can see some of the possibilities, and you can see one conclusion that we have made, because the sales would be a reflection of the communication, because via communication and information awareness raising is using the Zoom platform. So we have nevertheless managed to raise the spirit of the Oriflame team. So we've managed to raise their possibilities. Now I will speak about the trends, but before speaking about the trends, I would like to mention that trends have expedited in 2020, accelerated rapidly. And I can tell you that this kind of an increase during the last 3 months or in the first quarter of 2020 was bigger than the increase or growth during the last 10 years in terms of the e-trade. So here we can speak about the first tendency that we can hear, that we can speak about in 2020, and the problem that I would like to mention, and this is the balancing of the digital skills and the balancing of the digital possibilities. What does this actually mean? So that means that we have managed to get some of the consumers with the more advanced age, and they are not so good in terms of the digital skills, and thereby they needed a lot of support, and also at global level. So you can see the situation with the digital trends, and you can see all the activities that have been conducted via internet, and also different kind of generations that have been used by that. And you can see the trend. What did we do this? What did we do in this context? How did we manage to make this presentation, to dwell on this? So that was done by communication. And actually, we had have a couple of call centers. One is for English and one is for Romanian, because the majority of the questions were related to the ordering of this kind of deliveries or some other actions. But in the first period of the pandemic, a lot of questions appeared and came from the persons that didn't have any skills in terms of the digital use and digital ordering. So we tried to make some different kind of video training. Also, we had the customer service training, and very quickly people had the possibility to get answers to the questions that they had. So another trend that we have actually noticed in Oriflame company, and this is also present in 2021. So these are some of the delays in terms of the customers. So what we've done in order to increase the number of clients, so we had a decline, but nevertheless, starting with the May, so we have seen a very big increase in the total number of sales and the sales volume. And in 2020, end of 2020, we had very good results. And this kind of results were like 4 times higher than the ones that were envisaged by the end of 2019. And also this kind of collections and the income was very good for our business. But so why could we have that particular increase? First and foremost, to the new customers, to the new clients, we had an increase of about 33% in the new customers, but there was this big problem in terms of retaining this kind of clients, in particular of the existing clients. And that's actually a problem. That's a bottleneck, and we'll try to focus very much on retaining our clients in 2021, because we can calculate what is the cost of a new client as well as what is the cost of one existing client, even comparing this. Also, in terms of communicating with 2 different clients, existing and the new ones, so we try to be very active, try to target them on different social media. Also, we try to send them a lot of email notifications, and the response rate of the existing client was about 15%. 10%, but the response rate on the side of the new clients was 2% only. So that shows once again that there is a kind of a difference between the existing. I would not quote everything that is on the slide, but I would like to mention only a couple of issues. The compensation multi-level marketing scheme is a very good one for Oriflame, but a lot of companies in particular, so the linear companies are already using that particular method of compensating, of setting the clients, and they're talking about some of the residual compensation. What does that mean? The consumer is compensated for any kind of recommendation that he or she is doing, and this is also having a reflection on the sales. And also they're being paid out for the persons that they're for the subscription. And that is also a trend that is more and more popular. And in Oriflame, so we have different kind of subscription, but this is only for so for vitamins, for the wellness, but we will try to diversify this kind of subscription. And what is actually the trend for 2020? More and more, so we are trying to value our time, our free time. And also we are trying to use, and at global level, so the reflection is that maybe, so there's so we're trying to get subscribed to different kind of products that we are consuming on a daily basis. And also they're making kind of subscription to this kind of products. And another tendency is how we can make the purchase more personalized. And this is not a tendency in 2020, but this kind of tendency becomes more important in 2021, because on the side of the company, we are trying to automatize our processes, but at the same time, we understand that the consumer wishes a kind of a more individual approach and would like to be more like personalized and more individual approach in himself or herself. And why this is important? Because due to the CRM system, as well as due to the new site that we have already launched, and this kind of site is more intuitive and is more easy and friendly to be used, and then we would be able to personalize the offers for our consumers. And this would be done via the social media, but also we will try to use the website, but also we will try to use the email possibility, because we might say that the email still remains a very important tool, a very important communication tool, a very attractive and a very efficient one. So I would like to make a short comment, and this is not something new. I believe that any company would have this, but I would like to say that in our call center, for example, if one client is calling, so it would immediately show the operator, and you'll include and have all the data about this operator. And then we can greet like in a personalized manner, so we can greet that particular person. And another tendency that we would like to mention in particular is the possibility of using different kind of channels in purchasing this kind of products. And you can see that more than 50% of the person that did not do any online orders until the pandemic, they will start using the particular possibility. But at the same time, people have a bigger need and a broader need to have their own possibility to decide how to make the purchases and how they have to be organized. And another tendency for 2021 would be to diversify the channels by which our consumers would be then able to purchase the products using these kind of channels. And also the stores that are working online, they would already start using these online channels, and the more and more companies would have contacts with the consumers. They would make direct shipment to the consumers, and they would deliver it to the consumers. And there are different kind of platforms by which and also there's a live selling platform, but a lot of developments exist in terms of technologies, and these kind of technologies represent another very important channel by which different orders can be placed, and then the consumers have the possibility to do the sales and to buy the products. Also the virtual reality by which you can place the order without exiting the platform that you're using at a certain moment. And the tendency number 5, and this is like a tendency not only for 2021, but that's a tendency for the future, and including some actions that would be undertaken by the company for the next 4 to 5 years, and also requiring a lot of technologies and a lot of investments in order to do this kind of shift. But this so this physical and digital reality becomes a reality for us. Why does this become a reality for everybody? Because on the one side, we cannot maybe physically go shopping and do some shopping because of pandemic, and we might have some kind of constraints. On the other side, we're trying to save time, but nevertheless, we need emotions. We need to have some kind of feelings, and this kind of emotions and all entertainment. And this can only be done by augmented and virtual reality. In 2021, you can see this on the website, on the slide, the consumers that are using this digital and physical reality. So that was mainly in the games field, but also we can speak about different kind of holiday tours, also different kind of mobile stores, and that's another very important instrument. In the beauty area, we're trying to focus on the possibilities of making this reality broader. And a lot of companies are developing some mirrors, some virtual mirrors where they can try different kind of products and to see how, for example, you can do the makeup.
This is a trend of 3 to 5 years because it requires investments and big technologies. Now in 2020, I think we all saw how active is live streaming, how active it is. And we in Oriflame have used opportunities so much. We have 2 or 3 lives that we do about our products, about the gifts, about the offers, as well as our partners who cooperate with partners. They do a lot of live streaming where they talk about how to take care of your skin and what's the future from live selling. That works in China. 500 million of people use this opportunity when in the process of doing a live streaming, you can buy the item. The 7th trend that I'd like to mention here is a trend which is very important for all of us, given the changing behavior of our consumer who wants safety and security, but at the same time has become very demanding. They want everything to be prompt and quick. And it's about resetting last mile delivery. The biggest problem that the consumers are having in last mile delivery is, of course, the time of waiting. So we all understand how expensive it is for companies to do a fast delivery because not all of them have storage areas in Chisinau or Moldova. And we don't have them across the capital. So this is a real problem because our consumer doesn't want to wait. They are very impulsive and they want to receive their purchase in 24 hours at most. And in China offers the possibility of food products to be delivered in 30 minutes. So the question here is to the companies, how they're going to handle this issue. A lot of companies will have to open small stores in the region they operate, but this is a trend for 2021, and many companies will focus on that. So that is the last trend that I wanted to mention. This 7 trends, some are simpler for small companies to implement, others require development of technologies and huge investments. They require time as well. But as I mentioned, in the center is the consumer, his interests, and trends in this area. How companies respond to the anxious and creative an impulsive consumer is for us to use technologies to provide ecosystem possibilities when you can click and buy all the products you need. And of course, there is this trend as well for the companies that the consumers will use companies who provide added value services, who show compassion and support to his consumer. For colleagues, thank you so much for your attention. I hope I was able to fit within the time slot in the agenda. I wish you health, and thank you, Mariana and EBA, for this very captivating and useful conference. Have a good day.
Become a reference for very many Moldovan companies that had simply to adjust in all of this pandemic environment, which had to really maintain their businesses, but the most important to by following the need coming from the consumers, by following the demand which was generated on the market, be quick and adjust the selling approach to the customer need, but also the time frame. Thank you very much, Tatiana, for this very interesting presentation. And please allow me to give the floor to Mr. Oleg Roibu, General Counsel of EMAG and Armo Romania, one of the biggest e-commerce platform which exists in Romania as for the moment, and of course, which is very much considered by very many Moldovan businesses in terms of how to access there and how to be able to cooperate with this platform. Mr. Oleg Roibu, if you can please take the floor and present us your expectations about the future. What are your projections with a view to electronic commerce, but also what would be the status quo? Because I think that Romania was much quicker in terms of adjustment of the selling system to the IT solutions. Mr. Roibu?
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me and for the opportunity. It is a real pleasure to speak to the country where I was born and I've lived up until a certain point in time, and to which I remain very much connected. In the first part of my intervention, I will speak about what e-commerce in Romania means, and then I will attempt to try to present EMAG as a platform of e-commerce present in the Central and Eastern European region. E-commerce in Romania, even though it has to catch up, of course, with Western countries. In the last 3 to 4 years, Romania has the biggest growth of the sector at the level of the whole of the EU, and it had a 30% increase year to year. Now, this is a sector which is in very much development on a retail market which is extremely competitive, but it is also an ever-changing retail market because it has a transition from a traditional retail market to another market where it doesn't matter the channel, but what matters is the consumer, which is at the heart of the development. Now, to get back to the e-commerce sector in Romania, according to Eurostat, in 2021 January, 85% of Romanians have used internet at least once in the last 12 months, and 45% of these users of internet have made at least one online purchase in the last 12 months. Now, these are increased figures, and it is clear that the period through which we're passing has bolstered e-commerce. Now, 2020 had a slight increase of the percentage of purchases made from the mobile telephones. Now, when it comes to orders placed from mobile devices, we have more than 65%, and the purchases from desktops have decreased to 35%. So the trend is clear. It's a trend that we've been noticing, and it has become more visible now. During the pandemic, the local e-commerce sector has reached 5.6 billion at the end of 2020, and so it has exceeded the forecasts. Now, when it comes to 2021 growth, we believe that there'll be more than 6.5 billion euro growth. What should be mentioned also that the payments, electronic payments, have increased from 30 to 60%. And now these are, I mean, look, it happened very quickly because it had to happen in 2 years, but it happened now. And when it comes to the future is digital, and the crisis has accelerated the trend. It didn't create it, but digital businesses have been the solution for this period of time. Now, an economy which had an input from the digital economy has gone quicker through the crisis, better through the crisis, and somehow the digital revolution, it wasn't planned, but it can be adapted to this crisis situations as well. This makes us believe that the legal framework or the public policies must be adapted to a digital economy, and the legal norms must be thought in a way that is in line with the current social realities, to be neutral when it comes to the offline versus online channel. Now, we cannot not notice the priorities at the European level as well. When it comes to its recovery, there are priorities which will confirm the trends for the future. And besides the digital transformation, we talk about the green transition, the intelligent, sustainable, favorable to inclusion and labor force, territorial cohesion, health and resilience, and as well as education and skills. Now, a couple of details about the EMAG and how did we behave in the last year. This was a year where we have innovated more than ever. We are a company which has technology, agility at its foundation. We were able to tailor to the needs of the people, and we've launched new services. Task by EMAG, which is a food delivery application. This has been an older investment in our portfolio, but during this period of time, it has evolved by a lot. We've developed a premium service, which is called Genius. It means that the consumers have access to a range of benefits, such as second-day delivery, free delivery. That somehow is in line with the trend and with the period that we have to go through. We also brought a new category, alcoholic beverages, because the behavior of the consumer has changed slightly, because in the first phase, we've noticed a big increase when it comes to IT products, such as computer, laptop, desktops, monitors, and then the objects that the consumer needs to work from home. And then the offer had to be adjusted so that it would satisfy the needs. Well, that means that we are working in a sustained rhythm, and we have had courageous decisions. In the first phase of the pandemic, we focused energy towards safety. and we're talking about staff, employees and clients. And the staff of Imago have started to work remotely since February, March last year. And now we're thinking to implement a flexible working program so that working from home would become the rule rather than the exception. And we are trying to transform this into an opportunity. And we want to implement a hybrid working program so that the offices would become spaces which are not about a certain person. At the same time, it encourages cooperation and teamwork. When it comes to the jobs which didn't allow working from home, we had to reorganize the business flows so that the contacts would be limited, and we should try to keep our staff safe. When it comes to the community, we would donate to state institutions 1 million masks, and then we started a campaign of donations with big names in the economy, Defender, Banca Transylvania, Mob Expert, and we have supported frontline workers. Overall, we can say that our behavior hasn't been impacted. We faced the challenge, lived up to the challenge, and our experience accumulated during the big campaigns such as Black Friday campaign allowed us to conduct our activity in a normal manner and to support the growth that we planned at the beginning of the year and at the beginning of the pandemic. Now, when it comes to IMAG is a e-commerce platform. We operate in Romania. The platform is developed in Romania. It started its activity about 20 years ago. We operate in Bulgaria and Hungary. And in Hungary, we're developing together with local partners a business which means our presence in other 9 member states. And in terms of business model, we have a retail part where we are the ones who sell the products to the consumer, and we have a marketplace, a part by means of which we offer access to any company to sell its own products directly to the clients of the platform. Now, at the end of 2020, our platform had more than 30,000 traders, online traders, who operate at the regional level. It's a significant increase compared to December 2019 because IMAG, during this period of time, has become an alternative to the existing channels. Because it was about introductions or about closures, and the solution was the marketplace. At the same time, after we have gone through the first period of time, we looked to develop our business, and we've looked bigger projects. We started the construction of a storage area, which means 90 million euro investment. This is a storage which is near another storage warehouse, which has been launched some time ago, and this is the biggest warehouse from Southeast Europe. And at the same time, we started a project whereby we want to invest in digital businesses and technology. And at the end of the last year, we have launched IMAG Ventures, which is a program of investments for technological companies which innovate products and services which are addressed directly or indirectly to help customers. And this is for companies which have already a functional business. And this is an approach that we thought to be different from classic approaches of an investor, because we have the experience with the same day. This is a career company conversion, which is an online company, Fashion Days. It's a platform for fashion products, which is a delivery app, or Zeta. So close So instead of, so there's also material, but also know-how investment as well as know-how experience. Our conclusion is that the digital economy is not the exception anymore. This is the rule, and we need to prioritize it. So there is no digital businesses anymore, no traditional businesses anymore. So all the businesses have this element of digital, but if they don't have it, then they are somehow left behind, and they should be adapting to it. Of course, we are very accurate when we say that digital economy has happened and all the businesses are digital, but this is somehow a trend, a transformation, which is not topical anymore. I mean, those who haven't done it should do it anyway. They don't have any more time to analyze or to decide whether they want to go digital or not. Now, the next transformation that we see is sustainability. And probably you saw different companies at the global level who have different objectives when it comes to environment, sustainability in general, local community, economy, and other. And the forecast is in the immediate future, there'll be a lot of new departments in companies which will deal with the transformation of the company as it happened some time ago with the digital transformation departments in the company. Well, that's it. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
And if we really want to survive and do business, we have to go digital. Thank you so much for a very interesting and practical sharing of examples. So we go to the next panel, which is very much connected to the previous ones. And on this occasion, I'd like to thank our previous speakers and kindly invite the next two speakers who will share with us concrete examples of IT business operation solutions that have been developed for such sectors as banking sector, financial market sector, or eventually other sectors that had to address immediately the challenges of pandemic and adjust their place on the market as well as their relation with customers on one hand, but on the other hand, adjust and respond to the legal adjustments and legal provisions that have become a restriction, but also must have in the context of the world challenges and threats that are facing certain sectors. In this regard, please allow me to give the floor to Mr. Ștefan Baciu, Country Manager of SAS, Romania and Moldova, to share with us very practical insights of the examples of IT solutions that have been developed by SAS, Romania and Moldova, but also what are the projections for the future? What are the other IT business operation solutions which are in demand and which are looked for by other industries, by other businesses. Mr. Baciu, the floor is yours. Vă rog să conectați microfonul.
Would you turn on your mic, please?
No.
Still nothing.
Nu se aude.
We don't hear you.
Nu se aude. Acum? Nu.
Hear you.
Okay. So let's then ask kindly Mr. Anatoly Telkizhi to take the floor. Mr. Anatoly Telkizhi represents the sales executive of UiPath Romania, actually an initial startup which has developed very successfully on the Romanian and international market. And I'm sure Mr. Telkizhi will share some very nice examples that can be taken forward by our Moldovan companies. Mr. Telkizhi, can you please take the floor?
Yes, thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you so much for having us here on this occasion. I share the sentiment of and the emotion of Mr. Roibu, as I also my country is Republic of Moldova, so I come from Moldova to Romania. With that, I would like to switch to Romanian and introduce myself. Bună ziua tuturor!
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Anatolie. I am business executive in the UiPath for East Europe region. I wanted to share with you some views, some visions, some conclusions that I've been able to draw in the last year, because it was a significant one for the business, and to talk to you about what trends do we see on the market and what possibilities, what opportunities to improvement of the society exist, which come from the IT technology and the digital transformation. Now, in 2020, in last year, we've noticed once the pandemic has started, we've noticed that the companies had a very quick reaction, but it was a tactical one when it comes to IT procurement. And some projects, some of the innovation projects have been abandoned, being much more focused on tactical decisions to ensure, for instance, scalability in a scenario of digital workplace, that they had to ensure the necessary infrastructure in order to continue the activity of the company. Now, this year, on the other hand, we can see a very robust growth when it comes to innovation technology, adoption of these technologies. At the same time, it was actually a very important decision. The focus was on reducing costs and adjusting to the situation of last year, and transitioning from CapEx to OpEx when it comes to IT procurement. And a very big focus was on operational efficiency of companies, which at the end of the day, and we've noticed that, and this was our observation and the feedback from our clients, this has become a cornerstone for the further development of the company, because the operational excellence in very many cases on the market has defined the companies which had to gain more or less from the market. Now, as it was mentioned, and I'm happy to hear that very many people are speaking about digital solutions, including business to consumer. We have a business-to-business perspective and trying to understand what are the challenges of our clients. And in this regard, the trends that we've noticed lately would be the following. First of all, IT technology. That has a very important place, and they have a sponsorship that they didn't have from the senior level. And now we're seeing a support from top management to adopt innovative technologies. And the technologies that we are seeing, I mean, those under the umbrella of the digital transformation are a bigger adoption of the cloud. So SaaS, PaaS, everything to do somehow with outsourcing of costs to IT vendors, as well as advanced technologies. What we didn't notice prior in the Eastern European markets, we see advanced technologies when it comes to conversational understanding. When we talk about chatbot or voice to text, this is a case applicable for customer experience. When we talk about document understanding, this is a topic which is very large, very comprehensive, and it is very widely used, and it is very widely discussed in the companies in all industries, because in this context and in the context that we're facing today, this transition to the digital environment means that we should have a digital data entry. We have to have documents which are digital, which doesn't happen all the time. So, so extraction of data from scanned documents and putting them in the voice become more relevant, meaning before having the digital transformation, we need to digitize, first of all, and to extract information from these documents. What we've noticed is that the customers who have succeeded to adopt a digital strategy at the company level, they started to understand and to find an applicability for technologies such as AI and machine learning. That means that companies at the end of the day realized that they could reach certain conclusions, they could reach certain decisions in a data-driven scenario. They should take decisions depending on business and the forecast of these data that come from business. Now, the most important, and because we are somehow in an automotive environment, we've noticed a global trend which has a very big coverage in the Eastern Europe, and that is process automation with the help of digital labor force, or the so-called robots. The process itself has become a very important asset for the company, and when it becomes an asset, that automation brings you benefits. Everything to do with API. This is a central trend. Companies can obtain efficiency, they can obtain flexibility, and having the same IT landscape. The same IT landscape by applying this layer of automation on top of existing IT landscape or existing systems in projects with for 12 weeks, we can reach a very quick result. We've noticed a very big growth of applicability, and being agnostic technology, it allows to adopt strategies of company-wide automation or fully automated enterprise in a trend which is ongoing for a number of years. It has been accelerated in 2020. In 2021, it has become much more strategic versus tactical in 2020. And in 2021, we can see already that companies make sure that they gain from automation. They gain very big operational efficiency. They can offer a better customer experience to their clients. Now, well, everything to do with automation in the same context, in a 3 to 5 years perspective, including in the Eastern Europe, I will see the adoption on top or with the help of RBA. I mean, this robotic process automation. Well, that would bring innovative technologies where you need them. For instance, if you need it in the financial department to process invoices quicker, then you bring AI. You bring, if you need in the HR department, a chatbot which would communicate easier with employees. Or if the company needs to communicate easier with the clients, indeed, we have a chatbot. We have a lot of technologies which take over. And that actually is the goal of automation, to take over from people these tasks and processes which are time-consuming, repetitive, and they can be automated. So anything which can be automated should be automated, because technology is here to stay. Now, the companies which will adopt this strategy most probably will benefit, will have a competitive edge compared to others. What I saw in Eastern Europe when it comes to verticals and applicability and adoption of these technologies, first of all, it is clear that the services sector, such as BFSI, banks, insurance companies, as well as manufacturing sector, have increased when it comes to automation, and including technology is validated in all these industries with and quite a large applicability at the area of departments. What this automation brings about? Well, it's efficiency. First of all, operational efficiency. What is done by an individual, by a staff member in 30, 40 minutes can be done, or 20, 25 minutes can be done by a robot in 30, 40 seconds. That is the case of a governmental agency from Romania, which reached this performance as a result of implementing automation. As a rule, automation and RBA brings benefits when it comes to speed of execution of processes between 15 to 70 years, times versus a person with an error rate which is 0. So productivity is very high when it comes to quality. And costs, of course, there are certain costs that are saved, and at the same time, they offer the staff an idea to change their profile in the company and to be part of the team which transforms the company in a digital way. When it comes to IT market, what I've noticed, and it's an effect of automation and of digital technologies, it is that the trend is and will be for the next 5 years for sure to do onshoring for everything which was offshore previously. If before the trend was to recruit cheaper people somewhere offshore, now the trend is to do it onshoring and to give and to offer the activities to the virtual labor force. This is a context which, from my standpoint, is important for Eastern Europe because this onshoring is done gradually with nearshoring. So we will see a consolidation at the level of IT business services, and I mean nearshoring. And at the same time, we will notice a nearshoring at the level of development of applications. When it comes to development, the big trend is low code, no code. So people themselves, the business users, can automate the processes and their tasks. And I think that a big opportunity, I've noticed this last year in Romania, is that we see a very big increase of the startups. This is an opportunity for Moldova to consolidate it in one way or another, to consolidate the IT industry and to have these benefits in a period of 3 to 5 years, and to get some startups, but also nearshore development centers and IT operations centers nearshore. Thank you.
Mr. Tilkiji, thank you very much for your very insightful presentation. Thank you very much for all your recommendations and indeed all the practical, valuable inputs that have been successfully shared to be considered by Moldovan business community, indeed also by our central public authorities that are dealing with legal framework development, without which we will not be able to promote digital instruments, especially when we speak about foreign trade and getting onto the foreign markets. Indeed, all of the IT solutions, which are absolutely inevitable, are really an imperative for all of the businesses, especially the services side, but also the production side. And a lot of business operations will be, I'm sure, digitized in the upcoming period. Let us give a try once again with Mr. Stefan Baciu to see if Mr. Baciu can successfully connect to our conference.
Can you hear me this time? Sorry for this this malfunction. Just give me a second to start sharing my screen, and you can see my presentation on the screen, right? Thank you. Good morning. My name is Stefan Baciu. I'm a country manager for SAS Romania and Moldova. Thank you so much for this opportunity. This is an honor for me to be able to speak at this event. I represent an American company, SAS. A couple of words about SAS. SAS is a experience of more than 40 years in the IT industry, focused exclusively on business analytics. So we're noticing an exponential growth of data volume, and this favors us a lot. And we are present in Romania for more than 20 years, and we have customers in Moldova as well. And we are very close to our clients from multiple industries, from banking, retail, manufacturing, insurance, and even governmental sector. We have more than 80,000 clients at the global level. It is important, I mean, the investments that we're making in developing new capabilities in this area of advanced data analytics, and we believe that we can help companies from various industries to extract intelligence and to base their decisions on concrete data and information. What we've noticed lately is a range of global challenges in the area of digitizing. In where it comes to the interaction with clients, a bigger focus on rules and procedures, and the most impacted ones are banks, insurance companies. But on the other hand, one can see an investment and a focus on innovation, on bringing products and services, new services, permanently. Lately, when it comes to this IT area, things have evolved by a lot. Most of the companies have now operational systems which are in the ERP, CRM, HR systems, which allow them to control their flows from within the company and to have control over all activities. Now, these systems are systems which are consuming data, where you introduce data. And the next step, what we can see on the market, is to extract intelligence from all of these data, or information from this data. And based on these capabilities that we're offering in various industries, companies actually obtain relevant gains when it comes to interaction with customers, when it comes to compliance with rules from regulatory bodies or activities to do with risk prevention. Analytics, well, we believe that this area is core to success in the digital transformation economy, because the more we move interaction on the digital platforms, the more data we can get, and the better our decisions, and our decisions that are based on coherent information. Now, from the market studies done by various analysts, it is proven that the companies which invest in this digital area, in the advanced analysis of data, they have bigger chances to grow quicker and to keep or to retain and to keep their clients. We talk a lot about AI. AI is a natural evolution of an advanced analytical systems. Well, due to the big volumes of data and the processes to cope with the data, these systems can identify anomalies, they can identify trends, they can identify a lot of things which are, can be perceived by the human eye, or they cannot be perceived by the best expert. And these systems, they can, offer decisions which would otherwise be difficult to take. And I'll give you more details. Now, a lot of people see this area of AI as a threat. Well, I mean, it shouldn't threat people. It shouldn't be a threat in terms of job losses, because these systems, they help us be more prepared and to be able to react to market challenges in a swift way. We see this as an advanced specialization rather than a threat. Well, these systems of AI, they are augmenting the abilities to react, to respond. And we human beings are very capable in terms of intuition and empathy. But all of that, I mean, if they work together with this advanced analysis systems, they can give to the organizations a competitive edge. They can give a new outlook or perspective on the business. We have clients who innovate new products by using or by analyzing the preferences of the clients. They innovate in the area of packaging these products. They innovate when it comes to the commercial part by analyzing the price sensitivity. So basically, all of this put together in terms of the capabilities of human resources together with the advanced analysis capabilities, they can create a competitive advantage, which is massive. So what we cover and what is covered when it comes to AI. So systems that manage data that come from multiple sources, systems that can help the confidence that various departments have in this data, because oftentimes, from what we see in our discussions, the financial area looks at some data, the sales look at other data. So we see a unification of the way to tackle and govern data, cleaning data, and they are sometimes data are lacking, and this is coupled with capabilities of forecast and predictability in various areas, and that put in the business context, they can help by a great deal when it comes to decision-making support, and also in this evolution of this advanced systems, we can analyze big volumes of text when it comes to languages supported by the platform. I mean, there is Romanian as well, and we can look at complaints from the customers. We can look at very many aspects to do with compliance by analyzing big quantities of text. And the computer vision area is more applied to medical area, but also to production, manufacturing and insurance. We have clients who, based on the images sent by the customers, let's say in a traffic incident, they can trigger some processes of payment and compensation, or analyze if it's a fraud. And when it comes to manufacturing, due to the sensors, due to the images that come from the production flows, they can identify various problems to do with quality. And in the medical area, we reached so far the systems, advanced systems, they can detect certain tumors and problems, and they can be not seen by the human.
So if you speak about the data science, as it is being called, so this becomes very attractive, both for the young generation as well as for those people who have already gone through different kind of cycles of that particular IT industry. What is important to remember from the point of view of our services that we provide? So we have the possibility to provide a lot of support, and the support can be provided for any type of preparation in terms of advanced data analysis, because this kind of information is visualized, does not need any kind of encryptment or codification. It can be included in any type of activity that is being conducted by the companies. Now, speaking about the industry trends that we have noted during last couple of years, and what are the trends that we have noted in different industries, and I would like to start with the bank industry, because from our experience in the bank industry, so we have a lot of new developments, and also is more focused on the data analysis, because the bank industry has to respond and to comply with different kind of rules, be it AML or be it like anti-fraud compliance, or be it in terms of different kind of settling of transactions, or if you're talking about some relationship with the clients and the clients base. So first of all, we have to speak about how this kind of customers can be segmented or grouped. Also, we speak about different kind of omni-channels and channels that can be used in order to address the client's needs on any type of channels that you might interact. So in this type of paradigm, so we have a lot of departments, and we might have a marketing department, so that might also promote different kind of services or products for the clients. But furthermore, so it might be possible for some of the clients not to be eligible for this. In the anti-fraud and compliance area, so the financial institutions and the banks and the insurance companies should have had the opportunity to be the trust and to be sure that the customers are due diligence customers. And all this paradigm and all this relationship that we have got with the customers and with the market, so this is a very important paradigm, and this kind of paradigm is underpinned by these advanced analysis possibilities, and also depends on different kind of risk grading or scoring, ranking that can be done in terms of anti-fraud suspicious transaction ranking in such a way that the customer or the client be as less affected by all these internal processes as possible to reduce this kind of possibility of affection. So last year has actually accelerated so this interaction in the digital media, and we have noted an increase in the total number of fraud cases. And for example, now, so we have interaction with a lot of banks and institutions on the Romanian market. In particular, so we're interacting and working with them in terms of anti-fraud, as well as other type of transactions. We do it mobile, online, also in terms of ATM, and there's a big increase of interest in terms of modeling the risks and ranking the risks in the light of the pandemic. And we have got some projects on stress testing, as well as various policies of risk management policies that can also be managed with the use of that platform, SaaS readiness platform. And another one is focusing on the real-time interaction with the customer, but also that would include a certain kind of individualization. I mean, this is a personalized relationship one-to-one with the clients. So that's our possibilities. That was about the bank trends. As for the retail industry trends, as we have heard from the previous presentations, the stores, the shops were digitalized. And now the interaction is more like virtually, is more digitalized. So we have had a lot of discussions, and we're still holding a lot of discussions about this omni-channel with the big retailer companies, or in terms of demand focusing and planning. the better we know what is the demand, the future demand, or different kind of products and different kind of segments, then we can get ready better and would be more prepared. And then the focus and the demand would be done in a better fashion. We have to take into account a lot of data. The more data we have, the easier is for us to develop these mathematical models, and they become more advanced and more cutting. In some of the situation, we can include data about time or about different levels or different financial level or ranking of the country, of the region, in such a way that would be more helpful for the retail companies to do the packaging of the products, as well as be able to plan different kind of variety of products that can be provided depending on the regions or the planning that they have to undertake. Now, speaking about the energy and utility trends, in terms of planning the demand of energy, and so that the distribution and generation capacity would be harmonized and would be aligned to the demand, supply and demand be on the same trend. Maintenance and the previsibility, because the company should know when the equipment is likely to be broken in such a way that they would be able to plan their stocks, their inventory, as well as some other resources that have to be done to be solved by the task forces or some of the intervention teams in such a way that these kind of breakdowns be avoided or be somehow mitigated. Currently, along with the liberalization of the market, so the focus is more and more on the interaction with the client, as well as attracting some new clients, providing better packages or better, more personalized offers be provided to the customers. And when we speak about the energy and the utilities, we have to speak about the customer segmentation, omni-channel, as well as the possibility to buy or price sensitivity or propensity to buy issues. So that's an increasing trend, an increasing interest. The same is for the production of the manufacturing, similar to the energy and utility trends. Because since they're using different type of equipment, and this kind of equipment is very complex, then the issue about the maintenance and the previsibility of the equipment is a very important subject. But since the pressure is also on the time of delivery, as well as on the quality of the products, as well as the quality of the network of the suppliers. So thereby, so we still have a lot of clients and a lot of projects in terms of planning this flow of demand and flow of supply, as well as how we can make this supply more streamlined and optimized. Because there are some kind of clients that have a delivery time of 2 hours, and this delivery time should be in line with their planning of throughput or production of their results in such a way that they would be able to be in line with these contractual obligations. As for the telecommunications trends, so that's a very important area, which is very well represented and very well present in the Romanian market. And so these analysis, advanced analysis capabilities are being used in the telecommunications. We have Telecom, we have Orange Romania and Vodafone, so that they're using the SaaS technology for different areas, and in particular they're using it in the marketing, as well as the customer segmentation, as well as the other offers. But also this is being used in the areas like anti-fraud, as well as the non-payment risk, or, for example, now the focus is on the 5G, and the operators have to be quick in such a way that they would meet the quality. Because if you want to have a quality of the network and have a customer satisfaction at a high level, then in order to do this, you have to make investments into the network. And on the other side, the companies are also focusing on how this cost can be optimized. And also the network capacity planning is another very important area where we have projects, and also we have very impressive results for our customers, for our clients. Indeed, our telecommunication companies, as well as the companies from the utility field, from the utilities, they're also speaking about collection billing and how this billing can be done, or a subscription be done, and the payment be done diligently. So thereby, in some of the projects, we try to focus on the billing, on the collection side, and with the minimum effort, we try to do our best to make collections higher, as well as to collect some of the debts or some of the areas be invoiced. So that's about the insurance. And lately, so we have seen a bigger focus on the anti-fraud, and we have clients in Romania, and this is the biggest company in insurance, which is using the SaaS readiness program for the motor insurance anti-fraud programs in such a way that it would be able to reduce the incidents and the cases of fraud, and as well as to help the investigators in their detection. And also we try to help our clients in insurance in terms of regulatory compliance for the Solvency II, FRSC, and also for the banks in terms of the Basel, in terms of IFRS, as well as some other rules that either set up by the National Bank or of Romania, or by the regulatory authority for the bank and non-banking institutions. Lately, I might say that the public sector is now trying to focus on the digitalization of all the services in such a way that they focus on the interests and the demands of the customers. And also we have different kind of anti-fraud activities, particularly for the authorities that are dealing with the tender or competition, or agencies that are dealing with the tax collection. Also another issue is the VAT anti-fraud, which is also another very important subject, which is well represented and shown in the SES. Majority of the countries from the European Union, and here I would like to mention Belgium, Poland, and also I would like to mention Hungary, Spain in the same context, and also Ireland and UK. So these countries are using SaaS technologies in order to prevent so the tax frauds, and also are collecting taxes and dues to the budget, and the revenues come to the budget. So the last issue that I would like to make, and that's a kind of a message for the entire market. So we have got a new direction that we want to implement in Romania, and here we would like to show our eagerness and to express our readiness together with the clients who might be interested in this approach. So we would like to create some centers of excellency in order to analyze various kind of data from these companies. What does that mean? So we have got a lot of experience in different kind of industries that has been collected for so many years. We have specific applicability for different areas of that particular company, be it like customer interaction or relationship with customer base, or be it like financial, or be it like risk management area. So we have this kind of knowledge, and then with the clients that are interested in this particular, we would build or develop an excellence center. And then the purpose of this excellence center would be to analyze the different kind of problems or challenges or some current trends that might exist in the immediate near future, but also for a longer perspective, along with the evolution and the development of the market, as well as with the development and appearance of new data, as well as new trends in the market, would then be able to generate some new analysis. And also we've made a communication to the public. We informed the public that we would like to train 5,000 experts in the data analysis, both in Romania and Moldova. So that is our prospect for the next 5 years to come. So this is what I wanted. So, but I'm eager to answer questions should you have any.
interesting and really very detailed presentation. As we can see, your company is really covering a very wide area, many areas are covered within the services that you are offering. And this once again is proving the fact that all of these solutions for digital and especially what is related to business operation, including in the context of legal adjustments, will lead to the need of various customers in various industries to find digital solutions in the upcoming period. Indeed, everything what is related to data analytics, even in Moldova, it comes one of the imperative on the job, on the labor market. We can see in the financial sector more and more financial institutions are looking for business analysts, and still, unfortunately, Moldovan education institutions are not preparing specialists in this regard. So your proposal in having supporting Moldovan, interested people in getting qualification in the area of business analytics or data analytics, I think that's a very good idea and is more than welcome. Thank you very much, Mr. Baciu. Thank you very much, Mr. Telkiji. I think that we have to come up to the end of our to the end of our conference. However, there is one more very interesting presentation, and we could not avoid this sector at all. This is the value chain sector. I think one of the key when we speak about the linkage between producers and the big retail chain or international multinational companies, even big Moldovan companies, for which this cooperation is very much looked for. We would like to kindly welcome our colleagues from Kaufland. Oana Lungu, the Purchasing Executive Director of Kaufland Romania, will share their projections related to value chain development and how an international chain sees this pattern being development, especially in the context of expanding the cooperation with producers, with local producers. Oana, if you can please take the floor.
Bună ziua! Sper că se vede prezentarea deja.
So I hope that you can see the presentation. So I'm very glad to wrap up this important event because I participated. I listened to very interesting presentations, very interesting. And what is actually important for me, this is actually not a surprise, but something important to be mentioned. And namely that all the areas that have been addressed and have been touched upon have been very important for us. And of course, this is very difficult for all the industries. So at the beginning of the pandemic time, actually, I read one article and there's one quotation. So Churchill said that never waste a good crisis. And that's actually happened in all of these three industries, because after the initial shock, after the first days or weeks of the pandemic, where everybody tried to redesign the business, to reshape as well as respond to the new challenges, so eventually we have managed to rebound as well as to take over and to adopt the best decisions in the name of our clients. In my presentation, I will speak about some of the trends in the development of the market that we represent, as well as how our business plan looks like for the next years to come, as well as the demands, the needs of the clients, as well as I will speak about the fact how things changed for us, for Kaufland, as well as for the consumers in terms of pandemic. Not only the companies changed their face, but also all the departments from each of the company had to go through a lot of developments, a lot of changes in the pandemic context. I'm an architect by education, and although I'm working in retail for more than 20 years, I'm actually saying that retail is the architecture, is a certain type of architecture, is the architecture of stores, of a team of people, of the products, as well as of the categories, and last but not least, so the architecture of values represent the value of a company. So thereby 2020, as everybody knows, has come like an earthquake for us. But what mattered for us, for Kaufland, is like similar to the architecture. So the ground was very solidly built. So here we can speak about the ground and the underpinning of these the two companies, sister companies, Kaufland Romanian, Kaufland Moldova, which are very important, like making this particular bridge because they represent one single unit. Although this might look very typical, I mean, this kind of business might look very typical, but the foundation is actually the most important underpinning element that might make this situation be different because that represents the basis of any building. So the ground, the foundation of any activity is a well-trained and well-skilled team, the possibility of flexibility, adjustment, adaptability, as well as finding ingenious solutions. Although initially we were not so much used in our work to use that particular, we were not used to face such powerful and important shocks, but nevertheless, we've managed to get adapted very quickly, as well as find solutions in such a way that would be able to face and cope with the earthquake in 2020. So the began for us for these two sister companies, Kaufland, Moldova, and Romania. So we had very ambitious plans at the very beginning, but also we had the joy of the results that we have had in 2019, because unlike 2019 meant for Romania like strengthening, consolidation, also we had some interesting projects, but for the Republic of Moldova, we spoke about the joy and the possibility to open the new two stores, as well as the plans that we would have in order to expand, as well as to expand the assortment, as well as different kind of ideas related to areas that can be covered and that can be included in addition to our activity. So that used to be a very dynamic year that we completed, and we were so glad to face some new evolution as well as some new interesting things that might have come on our side. However, as everybody knows, so we know that that was the beginning of the year. So these are the images that could be seen on the screens of the majority by the majority of our customers, by us, and these were like the films and the recording from the stores of Kaufland, and that was actually broadcasted on the news. And overnight, everything actually changed. We started living in a new paradigm.
Each of us, we have the challenges and the consumers. First of all, if we talk about retail or clients in general, they were not those who we knew. I mean, our main issue in the procurement was how quickly can we understand and adjust? How can we understand the new typology of consumers, and how quickly can we react to their needs? The behavior was, first of all, predominating panic and people wanting to get more supplies than they needed. I mean, these were the first factors that people had during the pandemic, beginning of the pandemic. I mean, the biggest challenges came from these directions at the external area, under the influence of increased demand in cooperation with our partners. The priority was to ensure that there is enough commodities when it comes to products that were extremely demanded by our customers during this point in time, products that they could either store or they had impeding needs that they needed to cover, such as disinfectants, toilet paper, and then food products would be canned food, flour, yeast, corn flour, and then in all these categories, the demand of our clients was larger than previously. What helped us a lot was that we would use technology and innovation, and we work with highly performing systems which are based on history, on prediction, on estimates to do with special events, environment, forecasts, and then these systems, they help us estimate the quantities of commodity or the goods that we need for some time. But because of the panic, these estimations of quantities of products was harder to do, and during this point in time, we also faced this challenge, not just the virus, but we had to have an accurate estimation of the quantities that we needed to do. And then there's one more challenge, because this was one of the changes, major changes that we've had, the fact that we had to work from home. I mean, we as procurement people, we are very, we are always in communication. We talk face to face with our partners, with our potential partners. Now, in this new context, it was for the first time ever in our history that these conversations moved online. We've done everything we could to adjust immediately to this type of communication, and I think we were able to do it. But I should acknowledge that the face-to-face discussions are much quicker and much more efficient for all of us. Now, how the customer profile changed in this period of time, and why I think it is important to talk about it, it is that this change of behavior is still there, maybe through other shapes because of the new ways of this virus, but also because certain habits have settled in and they will be present for some time to come. Now, the predominant needs of the clients have now rested on 4 important pillars. First one is to ensure variety of products that they look for, so that in one stop in one of our stores, I mean, I need to find all the products that I need, because the freedom of movement is restricted. Another need is to ensure enough stocks, because some of the categories were inventory, and people bought more items of one type, and then customers wanted to find at any point in time the quantities of goods that they think they would need because of the pandemic: disinfectants, soap, flour, yeast, canned food, masks, and the quantities have increased significantly. Safety. Now, this was one of the very important elements, the fact that each of us wanted to feel safe in the space that they would make the purchases. So one of the very important things for all of us in this period in time was to obtain the EGRA certificate, and the one which ensures the fact that our stores are safe spaces to make purchases safe and healthy. Another important thing is proximity. Of course, each of us would go to the closest store where we knew that we would find the whole array of products, so that in one stop we would be able to purchase everything. Now, in terms of trend of consumption, I mean, changes in the trend of consumption that we've noticed clearly in this period of time. There were a couple of categories, big categories, that meant changes. So it means, water, disinfectants. These were the most, easy to predict in order to be stored. I mean, we saw, for instance, that baked, wrapped bread has significantly increased. Our clients were reluctant, some of them, to buy goods which are not packaged and which can be easily infected because it is not packaged. Well, with all that, the need of clients to be safe was to buy more packaged bread, and then probably people would not buy so much pre-cooked food or cooked food, but they would go towards packaged food products, tea, coffee. This has increased because if you don't work at the office, or because you're not that mobile anymore, we couldn't get a coffee from a coffee shop around the corner or to consume coffee at the office. So household consumption has increased significantly. And of course, the disinfectants, as I was telling you, had a very rapid growth in the very first weeks of pandemic with more than 200%. At a certain point in time, people started to buy a lot of citrus fruits because there were informations that if you consume vitamin C, that would ensure a good immunity against coronavirus. Now, what are the changes in consumption which we believe will be kept, will be maintained? Well, because 37% of respondents to a survey that Nielsen has prepared, they said that they work from home. Well, the prediction is that 60% of these people intend to do the same in the future. Now, almost 45% of the respondents are saying that their main connection to the brand will be online. Well, clients during the pandemic, more in Romania and less in Romania because the system is not very well developed, they preferred to make purchases online. On the other hand, our stores being TECRA certified, we have provided this safety to our clients. The fact that they can make purchases in our stores in a safe and healthy space. The price quality ratio is between 63%. It's one of the criteria for the purchase. One of the very important categories when it comes to range of Kaufland is our own brand. And I'll tell you what we've done during this period of time, because for us, the activity to develop our own brands did not end, even though there were some challenges. Now, we didn't stop our own brands because we worked a lot for that, and we wanted for this category of products to continuously grow. One of the approaches that we have in every country where we enter is to have our own brands range to answer to the demands of our clients, either on value for money area or in order to cover certain specific needs of the clients. So a small summary of the Republic of Moldova. We're proud with the 5 stores that we have. In Moldova, last week we've opened the latest store from Comrade. We have more than 40 brands that we have on our shelves in Moldova. At the level of all countries where we operate, just to compare, we have 50 brands all in all. So most of our brands that we have developed in all the countries are present in Moldova as well. We have more than 7,000 individual items of our own brand when it comes to food products. Our brands are under various names. K Classic is the category of value for money products, and this is one of the most sought after brand. It is representative for all categories of food items, and it answers to the need of customers when it comes to value for money. On the other hand, as I was saying, we are interested to offer alternatives to our clients. Basically, it's K Favorites, where we develop interesting products for our clients, but also products that add value or which answer to the premium items for our clients. We have the to-go products. This is a category of convenience. This is a trend which is very much present lately on the shelves of retailers across the world. Bevola, if you talk about cosmetics, or K-Free. this is for products tailored to special needs, like gluten-free or lactose-free products. We also provide bio products. These are environmentally friendly products, ecological products for the people who are vegan, vegetarian, and those who are fasting. I mean, for all of these products, the key element, the common element is quality, audited by independent labs. This is very important for us to be audited in every category of products. We offer these products at accessible prices like clothing for children from organic. They actually are made of organic cotton. So, and they're very sought after by the parents. And it is also important for us the aspect that the products have on their shelves or visual identity that every product is having. So from time to time, when it comes to our own brands, we are trying to innovate or to find sustainable alternatives when it comes to packaging. This time, we started by rethinking our brand image. We continued with modernizing the shops and the stores, and we are in the constant process of rebranding. So in our own brands, so audited quality provided at affordable prices. When it comes to the local approach, this is a very, very important component, and it is tailored to every country where we open our stores. So we very much like this project, and it's called Made in Moldova. So we have all the items produced locally in Moldova, and we put this tag on them on the shelf. And so that our clients it'll be easier for them to identify these products on the shelves. The relation with local producers means a lot for us, and the number of products procured from local producers and suppliers is increasing every year. About 2 years ago, when we opened the first 2 stores from Chisinau, we started with about 2,600 items on the shelves. With time, and when we understood more and better the needs of our clients, what are the important brands, what the clients would like to find on the shelves of the store. Of course, we came with a new range on the shelves of Kaufland, and we are now at more than 4,100 items, and the list of new products continues. And once we open new stores, not only do we have Moldovan range there in general, but we also have an extremely local approach for the clients from Mungeni or Comrade or from Belt. It is very important for them to find the bread or the fresh cookies that they know very well. So we have local producers who supply to every store. They supply fresh with authentic taste of that particular region. Well, this trend is obvious, and it is increasing permanently. So our focus is very much on this area. We have dairy products, we have sausages, we have bakery, the renowned Moldovan wines, pork, meat, poultry from Moldova, as well as eggs from Moldova. Now, not only do we have local trends, but also the general consumption trends which can be found in most of the retailers on the market. We're trying to adopt these trends, and we're trying to tailor to the needs of the clients. So we identified some trends that for some years are very much present, and where each retailer is investing a lot of space, a lot of attention, we developed a lot of marketing campaigns. This category is the first convenience where we've developed the Kaufland to-go product. We have a number of more than 20 items, and this category is in continuous development. The natural trend is very important. We have K-Bio products, and this year we have doubled the number of products compared to last year. Sustainability is in the DNA of Kaufland, and this is everywhere. If you talk about stores or packaging, recyclables, reducing plastic. We have an objective that by 2025 we will be using most of the recycled plastic for our own brands. We had a sportswear. So this is garments for those who do sports. This is sports equipment, which is done from recycled plastic. So this is the small steps that we've done in the reset plastic strategy at the level of the whole group. In Kaufland, we reanalyzing every item, and we're trying to optimize and reduce the dimension of the packaging, and we want to use the recyclable plastic. Nutrition and health is another important trend on the retailers' shelves. Protein-based consumption. If you have one more minute. Thank you. So health and nutrition is a very important chapter. Buy local is one of the categories, and the very important part and very dear to all of us. I would go through these slides and I will conclude. So it's important to have a constant growth when it comes to consumption trends, when it comes to our own trademarks. The very important future, either we'll talk about range or customers and potential customers, bio, natural, sustainable, quickly, rapid, and high quality and certification. The price will stay an important factor in the decision in the context when more consumers expect an economic crisis. Adjusting brands to paradigm changes that the clients are making purchases. The pandemic has showed that the quick reaction to adapt is not a nice to have, but is vital for business, and the increased attention to trends development. Some of them will not disappear, even though the pandemic will be over. People have discovered that some of the solutions are more convenient, like online purchases, cooking at home, and so forth, and so on. Now, so you have questions, but I think we have exceeded the time. Thank you so much for the invitation. It is a big joy to participate at this event, and the fact that this time we've shared the experiences from very many areas, and it helps us to understand the consumer.
Very extensive and really interesting presentation. Indeed, there are a lot of producers from various industries that would be really very keen to cooperate with an international chain. Any international chain, of course, Kaufland being one of them. And I think that these very details are extremely useful for most of the Moldovan producers who are trying now to adjust their selling system as well as restructure their marketing approach in order to really increase and develop their business. So thank you very much for all the presentation. Dear ladies, dear gentlemen, we are really coming to an end of our conference, and the time schedule actually has been a little bit passed over. However, I'd like to thank first of all to our speakers who either from EU or US have accepted our invitation and who have made an effort to participate at the today event. Please allow on behalf of EBA and EBA board and EBA members to send our best highest appreciation to the European Union, who actually has generously offered its financial support for the organization of this event. I'd like to also thank very much our partners, Media Show Group and World Bank, who have supported with generous involvement the delivery of this event. And I'd like to thank all of the participants who had the patience and listened actually to very insightful and interesting presentations. Just 5 top conclusions that we have to provide following this very interesting and event that really has captured a lot of areas for business development. First of all, the Republic of Moldova has to secure external funding, and that's a very important message to all of our politicians. In the time of COVID, which is still going on and becomes even more outrageous, there is no field for fight, there is field to really think about citizens and about business development. So it is extremely important to secure external funding in order to be able to develop Moldova. It is extremely important to focus on the reform agenda, justice, rule of law, and ensure the credibility of the country in order to be able to attract foreign investors. Without the reform agenda, we will not be even able to secure our funding with our trustworthy partners. So that's a priority number one for the parliament and government. It is extremely important to get rid of the political crisis, which very much undermines the interest of the potential investors that would love to join and to come to the Republic of Moldova at the moment. One of the key priority is the association agreement and the deep and comprehensive free trade agreement, which, if being implemented in accordance to the schedule agreed between the government of the Republic of Moldova and EU, we will offer even more opportunities to the Moldovan producers to access EU market, especially in the food safety animal origin area. It is extremely to unblock legal gaps related to digitalization and e-commerce. This is vital and a must-have. It's not a nice thing to have. It's a must thing to have. And of course, I would like to wish all of the business community flexibility, adjustment, and follow the customer need and demand. We would like to wish all of you health and keep safe. Thank you so much for your attention.